Board of County Commissioners meeting for June 27, 2012. It's our regular meeting, and we will be, Commissioner Ittner and Newman are not present today, and we will begin the meeting reading a proclamation recognizing the Aspen Center for Physics because it's their 50th anniversary. So we're going to rise, and with Mike and, I'm sorry, Jane, come forward, please. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, recognizing the Aspen Center for Physics as it celebrates its 50th anniversary in Aspen. Whereas the Aspen Center for Physics was the brainchild of physicists George Stranahan and Michael Cohen, who in 1961 first approached then Aspen Institute Executive Director Bob Craig with a proposal for a unique research center where theoretical physicists might gather in the summer. And whereas beginning in 1962, on the campus of the Aspen Institute for Humanistic Studies, the Physics Center provided an unstructured environment free from distractions where physicists could work unfettered by their normal responsibilities. And whereas over the past 50 years, 10,000 physicists have come to Aspen to ponder and argue and discover new ideas. 53 Nobel laureates have participated. 65 countries have been represented, and nearly 10,000 journal articles, books, and proceedings have been published, citing the Aspen Center for Physics for contributions in everything from particle physics and astrophysics to nonlinear dynamics. And whereas the citizens of Pickens County were instrumental in helping the Aspen Center for Physics acquire its permanent campus, now therefore be it proclaimed that Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County are honored to recognize the Aspen Center for Physics for its unique, valuable, and enduring contribution to the community. Thank you. Would you like to say something?
This place really is unique, and it really is the premier institution in the world for theoretical physics in the summer. We've been here, as you heard, for 15 years, and we have enjoyed the hospitality of this community up and down the valley for that entire time. And one of the things we've done is to create a public lecture series which dates back more than 25 years, intended to inform the citizens of the county about what we do. And it's always been free as our gift to the citizens in return for their hospitality. Jane's going to say a couple of words too, if she may, but I wanted to add one other thing. This premier institution really could not, I think, have been created anyplace else on earth. Where else could the same guy have started a research institution for theoretical physics, a highly successful tavern, a good beer company, and a terrific whiskey?
Well, I want to invite you all to attend our 50th anniversary summer events. As Mike said, they're free, and we've already had 5 dialogues. The next one is Thursday night, tomorrow night at our food forum on our campus. And then in July and August, every Thursday evening at 6 o'clock in Pepe Auditorium, we'll have public lectures. And they're all distinguished scientists who will bring cutting-edge information to the town. And on Saturday the 7th, we will have a symposium, which Walter Isaacson is moderating, and the panelists are distinguished citizens from the United States, everybody from the head of the National Science Foundation to John Brunskill, who is a multi-time astronaut with NASA, and Tracy Day, who started the World Science Center, and Lawrence Krauss, who many of you might have heard his book on Star Wars and physics, and the physics of Star Wars, excuse me, and Steve Kuhn, who is now at New York University, formerly at Department of Energy. And then after the seminar at the symposium at 1, we are having an anniversary celebration on our campus at around 3, and then with a few speeches and a party, a reception, and everybody's invited, and again, it's all free, and we hope to see you at all our events.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda, Mr. Chair.
At this point, we have public comment. We're going to start. We have some distinguished guests from the fire department and the sheriff's department. Would you gentlemen like to come forward or stand and talk about the issue at hand?
I'll speak it first, Michael, and use the staff for any questions that we might have.
Great.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I thought I'd give the commissioners and our public a little update on our recent fire danger, which obviously is extreme and in our faces. In the past, we have had some high fire seasons and droughts, but nothing like what we have right now. A few years ago, we started a regular, what we affectionately call mud and flood and fire season incident management teams, which have been in place now for a few years. Every year, whether the fire season is high or not, come around January, we start to prepare for wildfire, and that means putting a team together headed up by Jeff Lumsden, who's a 30-year veteran of the Sheriff's Office, who meets with fire chiefs, checks our resources that come out of Grand Junction and nationally, and see what's available to us. So our incident management team is up and running and in place right now. Unfortunately, a fire is probably the most unpredictable event that we could have here. We don't know when, where, or how bad it's going to be, but we prepare for the worst. At this moment, from statistics that I've heard, 50% of our national firefighting resources are in the state of Colorado, fighting fires that we all watch on TV every night. The way it works for Pickens County and any other county in Colorado is there's a 24-hour period when a fire occurs out of fire district or not on federal lands that is responsibility of the sheriff and the county to fund and fight that fire until a 24-hour period is exhausted, and then a federal type 2 or 1 team might come in and take the fire, and the financial responsibility shifts to them. There is a $65,000 a year contribution that Pickens County makes to the Emergency Firefighting Fund, which is where we usually get reimbursed back for our firefighting services, but I can assure you that is exhausted at this point. The whole fund, I would guess, is either done or close to done, and our history in Pickens County is it's usually exhausted by July. Anyway, our highest fire season, believe it or not, is August, September, October. One of the worst fires we had was in October. I want the commissioners to know that I am considering coming to you at a different time, maybe in the next week or two, asking you to allocate some funds for us to fight that 24-hour fire as aggressively as we can, preventing it from getting any worse, just waiting for that 24-hour period to exhaust so we can get federal help. I'd like to also may come back to you with some requests for funding for a really aggressive PR campaign. We're a tourist community, a lot of turnover every week. I think it's important for us to let visitors know when they turn over on Saturday or Sunday that this place is ripe for a fire, and we need to keep everyone educated. That means signs at the airport, information at the airport, raft of buses, any place where we could get to people that are just getting here. I think it's really important for us to know. Lightning and dry lightning is obviously today looks like a ripe day for it as well. Can't control that, but we can control how much information we get out. as far as the public goes, I would suggest that people have evacuation kits ready, be prepared to leave their homes if they have to. I would encourage every citizen in Pitkin County to sign up for Pitkin Alert, and how you get to that is pitkinemergency.org, and you'll sign up for Pitkin Alert, and through that you'll get a menu of things to choose from, whether you want traffic alerts, fire alerts, weather alerts, public safety alerts, community information. So I think everyone in Pitkin County should be signed up for that. Your choices when you go to the website are you could have messages sent to your home phone, cell phone, text, and email. So there's really not a lot of delivery methods that are addressed in that. So I'm encouraging members of the public to sign up for Pitkin Alert. And I just want to let the commissioners that are present know that as far as I'm concerned, I think we're as prepared for an unplanned event as we can be. I meet with the fire chiefs every 2 weeks, some weekly, to get more updates specifically about what resources will be available to us. Resources are allocated usually by value at risk, property of value at risk. And the closer to structures, the more resources we get. A year or two ago, we had the Independence Pass fire that just burned, and it burned all summer, and it eventually went out, no property at risk. That could be a good case scenario for us in the worst case scenarios. So that's my update to the commissioners. I'd like to answer any questions or
Commissioners, Rachel?
Joey, thanks for your presentation. I'm fully supportive of additional funds for a PR campaign. I think the sooner we can get that out and going, the better. I kind of brought that up earlier, and we've been doing it through Pat's office, but I think we need to do something more formal. And, you know, there are just so many property managers who have properties spread throughout the county that want to make sure that we get mailings and perhaps something that they can reproduce and put in each home, whether it's a tent card or, you know, a flyer that's printed out. But that way you can start to get both the bear information, because
Right.
they're going to have a tough year, and the fire information out to them. The other thing I wanted to kind of ask about was I've heard people talking about Red Mountain and how many of the homeowners there are aware of or think about what their evacuation plans are, given that it's a one road on and one road out, and would we end up with just a crowded road, people going both directions and things like that. But I know there's been a lot of work done on the emergency management plans. How do we let the private citizen know what the emergency management plans are for their area and how they should respond?
Grady, do you have an answer to that, reference our evacuation plan? Because I know we were talking
Yeah.
about that.
Let's make sure he has the mic.
I'll pass over.
Okay.
Tom Grady, Pitkin County Emergency Manager. We have just started working on revamping our evacuation plan countywide. It is not specific to route. It is specific to method more than anything. We discussed Red Mountain yesterday. Is very indicative of the dynamic geography that we have in this community. If you live on a single street and that roadway is compromised, we either come up with an air route or you're on your own. It's simple. That's simple. If you live in a box canyon, you know it's a dynamic neighborhood. You have a 2-mile dirt road and that road gets compromised. We can't risk rescuers. That's always our number one, but we want to do the best we can for life safety. And that's the critical element. So Red Mountain is a classic example. There is no easy answer for that one. If we can't get an air route off the top of Red Mountain, and most fire burns uphill, and that road is compromised, it is what it is.
And the other thing, Rachel, I would really encourage the citizens, do not ignore evacuation orders. We will try and get them out as early as we can if needed. But where I think people get stuck is ignoring the orders, thinking that it's not as bad as it seems, and they stay and get caught. A lot of sheriffs in the state of Colorado are facing people who stayed and they're being told we're not coming to get you if you stay. And that's something I really hope I never have to tell somebody. But I would encourage people to evacuate early and avoid the Red Mountain traffic jam.
Yeah, I mean, just from what we've all been reading on the web and newspapers about what's happened down in Colorado Springs, it seemed that with the winds that day, that fire traveled miles in minutes. And so please do not underestimate the time it may take or how much time you have to get out.
I think that's a good point. This is not something to be taken as a may or may not happen. If the order is given or if there's a fire, I think we should assume that it's going to be a bad fire.
Thank you.
Jack?
Yeah, thanks, Joe, for coming in. Every bit we can talk about fire season this season is very important. I would hope we even consider having some, we come down Main Street, some of the banners, we ought to have a fire safety banner.
There is one. It's in Spanish and English that Blair helped put up.
Tell me about being blind.
As you're leaving, as you're leaving town, it's on Spanish. It's on Spanish on one side. As you're coming in, it's on English on the first thing. Now that does bring up an interesting point, Jack, because I got it muddled with the Food and Wine banner or whatever banner du jour it was. So maybe a separate standalone banner might be better for people like you and I. They just seem to blend in.
Yeah, and that's exactly, it's always continuous, so a little further consideration. And I would be supportive of the concept of an ad campaign, et cetera. I would want to see a plan, how it would be implemented. But I think we have to step up here and educate everywhere we can. So I'd just like to see what
Yeah, Jeff, for the board's information, the fire chiefs and the sheriff had contributed $1,000 each. We have a $5,000 working budget right now for PR. Do I think it's sufficient for the kind of message we want to get out there? Absolutely not. So I don't want to get behind on this one, and I feel like at least we're a little ahead with the IMT and the stuff we've done, but because of the extreme danger, I think our pockets need a little help.
Any further questions for Joy? Joy, thank you very much.
Thank you, and let's all keep our fingers crossed and pray for rain.
No fireworks. You want to talk about the firework ban for a minute?
Fireworks. The ban is strictly in effect. Nothing with an open flame. Absolutely no fireworks. Gas grills only. No charcoal. No wood burning. No welding. Chainsaws even have to be considered. If you're mitigating your property, they should have spark suppressors on them. And I think that is a concern, too. When people start to mitigate their own property, they may start a fire. I think using a professional to mitigate your property is the best way to go to avoid starting a fire.
Thank you, Joy.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? There aren't any, so we will continue. Commissioner comments? Rachel, Jack? Rachel?
Thank you. I just kind of sitting here looking at my calendar and thinking, wow, the 4th of July is 1 week away from today. How quickly that comes up on all of us. And I really have two thoughts thinking about the 4th of July. One is no fireworks, nowhere, no how. And I think about how easy it is for people to kind of think, well, this one won't be a problem. But please think about the example and how you would feel if it gets out of control. So let's please all be careful about that. The second is to think about Independence Day as the hallmark of our freedoms in the United States and the sacrifice that so many have made in Iraq, Afghanistan, and around the world for our independence. And I think it'd be suitable as we go into a week of great celebration to offer a moment of silence for all those who have lost their lives, lost loved ones, are suffering physical disabilities and lifelong injuries as a result of their service to all of us. So I would like to request a moment of silence, please.
Sure. So we'll have a moment of silence, please. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Mike.
Jack?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. A couple of things. One, this weekend we had a tremendously positive, enjoyable, and talented Jazz Aspen concert series. Excellent musicians, versatile, just a fun time that, from what I could see, by all. So hats off to the organization, the volunteers, and of course the performers. But as we know, the volunteers make these things happen, and so special thanks to them. Other thing, congratulations to Steve Child, John Young, for advancing to the general election in November, and thanks for all the candidates for stepping up and taking it on the chin if they had to, but telling us all about what their vision for the future is. We appreciate the participation.
Thanks, Jack. So we'll move on, and we have the first item is consent actions, the minutes of June 13th, and the regular meeting, and June 5th work session. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now we have consent of public hearings. Consent actions, first readings, and set for public hearing July 11th. This is an ordinance accepting temporary construction easements and a permanent construction easement from property owners along Coal Creek Road for the Coal Creek Culvert Replacement Project, GR Fielding. GR, do you just want to give us an outline of what this is?
Sure. Thank you, Michael. And I'm GR Fielding, the county engineer. These easements are needed to complete a culvert replacement project above Redstone. It's about 1.3 miles up above 133 in Coal Basin. The culvert actually conveys Coal Creek underneath Coal Creek Road. We have 3 easements that are in the packet. They're from 2 separate landowners. 2 of them are from the Simpson family. One's a permanent easement, one's a temporary easement. The permanent easement's for a portion of a head wall to protect the embankment of the property there. And the one is from Rubino is a temporary easement. We received bids about a month ago. We've recorded our contract for this project. We came in about $100,000 under where we were last year when we tried to bid this out, so we saved a bit of money. We've got a contractor that we hope's a good expert in putting in these pipe arches, and we look forward to getting started this summer.
Thank you. Any questions for GR, commissioners? Is there, Jack?
Not a question, but I would like to very much thank the Rubiano and Simpson families for working with Pickens County staff on this. It's really important to have this access so we can more able to be efficient and get the job done properly according to specs. It's really great that these people stepped up and gave us 2 temporaries and 1 permanent, because one of the head walls, I think you might call it, are on his property, and it's all for the public good, as well as I think maybe the private landowners. But thank you very much for working with us, landowners.
Is there a motion to approve this ordinance?
I'd like to move approval for the ordinance.
This is first reading, so it's not a public.
Yeah, so I'd like to move the ordinance of the BOCC of Pickens County accepting temporary construction easements and a permanent easement from property owners along Coal Creek Road for the Coal Creek Culvert Replacement Project.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, GR.
Thank you.
Good job.
The next item is a resolution authorizing Pickens County to perform consumer protection services on behalf of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment Cindy Fruman is going to present. Cindy, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Brian and I are here on behalf of the Environmental Health Department.
I don't think we know Brian, do we?
Maybe not. I'm Brian Doherty with Aiken County Environmental Health. I've been here for about 4 years now.
Okay. Have you been in front of us before?
One time, maybe first year I was here.
Okay,
so.
sorry.
Brian's the guy behind the scene who runs the Consumer Protection Program. He's our man in the restaurants, making sure that things are safe for us as we eat in our restaurant establishments around the county. And as you know, what we do every year, and you can ask specifics of Brian because he obviously knows the business, but we get a grant from the state that is actually an intergovernmental agreement that allows us some funding to be able to go out into the community and do these inspections. If we didn't make this arrangement with the state would be responsible for these inspections. And what we've done is we've partnered with BOCC and the town of Snowmass Village for some additional funding in addition to the state funding. And you've been able to fund this program for a number of years on behalf of the citizens. So what you have before you today is just a recognition of the formal resolution of agreement with the state for the funding, which amounts to a little over $12,000 from the state that we administer throughout the year. Brian keeps up with the program. He does over 180 inspections a year. I think it's twice a year. Many of the
inspections
restaurants
are mostly
Can you
twice
pull
a year
the
in restaurants.
microphone?
Yeah, most of the restaurants are inspected twice a year, except for some of the smaller places that aren't really open all of the year because we have a lot of seasonal places. But for the most part, yeah.
Great. Questions, commissioners? No questions, so thank you very
Great.
much. Is there a motion?
I would move to approve the resolution authorizing Pickens County to perform consumer protection services on behalf of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Education.
Second?
Health and environment.
Health and Environment, excuse me.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. The next item is an ordinance vacating a trail easement on Sparovic Lot 1A and accepting a new trail easement and river access easement from River Sanctuary. Barb is supposed to be here, but it looks like Dale is in her place.
Yes, Barb drew the short straw and had to do something out in the field, so I'm here in her stead. And
Dale, what's your title?
my name is Dale Will. I am the director of the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Program.
Thank you.
And I'm going to try to find a map for us to look at. What we have here is really, I'd call housekeeping, and the history on this is that way back in, I think it was 1982, this plat was approved that included the conveyance of a trail easement. The easement in question is outlined in orange on our map, and about a decade later, a little more, the County Open Space Program got up and running and built the first reach of the East of Aspen Trail. And for reasons that are lost in the mists of time, the trail was built off of the easement. I can guess, looking at this map, that the original conveyance was right on the riverbank, and once our folks got out there, it would have probably been Temple Glacier or Tom Newland or one of those folks. They decided not to put that trail on the riverbank, but rather to take a route that was more inland. And it's been that way and been working just great ever since. As we go through our records from time to time and ground truth what we have, we occasionally discover that we've got facilities that weren't built within their original easements, and this is an example of that. We're fortunate in that the owner of the property in question has agreed to grant a new trail easement to conform with the location of the trail, provided the county would abandon the old one. Another feature of this trade is that the easements originally included some public river access, which is quite popular and is a spot where people like to get in and out of the Roaring Fork River. It's outlined in red on our map because the trail easement is moving further inland from that access point. The landowners have also agreed to grant an extension of that access corridor so that we retain the contiguity of the East of Aspen Trail to the river. So it's a pretty simple deal, and I would recommend that you approve this on first reading and set for public hearing.
Commissioners, are there questions for Dale? Yes, Rachel.
Well, similar to Jack's comments on the last item with GR, our great thanks to the property owners for working with us on this.
Is there a motion to approve?
I'd like to move approval of an ordinance vacating a trail easement on Sparvic, Lot 1A, and accepting a new trail easement and river access easement from River Sanctuary LLC.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Dale, and thank you, Barb, also.
Great.
We're going to move on to consent public hearings, second reading. This is a resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation for the funding of erosion control and slope stabilization at mile markers 59 through 61 along State Highway 82 at Independence Pass. And Melissa Server is here, Sever, I'm sorry, to just give us a brief outline.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, I'm Melissa. I'm the Pickens County Public Works Administrator. This is just the Independence Pass compost blanket. It's just on the west side of town here, right as you descend. We've been working with Independence Pass for a few years now, doing very similar projects to this one, and we hope to continue our efforts.
Great. Any questions? Yes, Jack?
We're just full of thanks today. And I would very much like to thank the Independence Pass Foundation, Bob Lewis, of course, who started it all, and all the people who so support the various projects. I can remember when we even planted trees, for years. So this is a fabulous foundation. Many of our nonprofits. This is a nonprofit. You can really see the results. When we've already seen very positive results on the upper cut, and which this project is the lower portion, the erosion and stabilization control part of that. So again, everyone, board members and supporters throughout the community, thanks.
You probably want to thank the CDOT too, since they're coming to the table with
CDOT's pretty important too here, and thanks to CDOT.
Rachel, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thanks again, and this is great work in the memory of all those who've helped Independence Pass Foundation, and particularly Bob Lewis as a founder, but I know so many members over the years.
This is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing for this item. Is there a motion?
I would move to approve the resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation for funding of erosion control and slope stabilization, mile marker 59 through 61 along State Highway 82 at Independence Pass.
Second?
And a second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Melissa. The next item is item 6. This is an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of Prince Creek Trail property acquisition. And Dale Will is with us again. Dale, are you going to do a short presentation?
Why don't I do that? If with your leave?
Please.
And we've got a few members of the public, as well as the landowner, that are planning to be here, and some are in the hall, in the gallery. And Emma Danziger went next door to have a glass of ice water, and I let her know we're queued up and going here. So, as we discussed at first reading, what the Open Space Board has to propose is an agreement with the Tybar Ranch, which is a ranch that's up Prince Creek Road. It straddles the boundary between Pitkin and Garfield counties. The property that we're proposing to acquire is 95% of it is in Pitkin County. The purple line that you see on the map here is the county line. And specifically, we have worked out an agreement to purchase a 1 mile long trail corridor. Tom Todd described it yesterday as a linear park, which I think is also an apt description because it includes much of the creek bottom of Prince Creek, and really because it varies in width from a minimum of about 30 feet wide to a maximum of about 120 feet wide. It includes some really beautiful land as well. The corridor takes you through both cottonwood galleries as well as a nice mature stand of Gamble oak. So the trail really has to be seen to be appreciated, or the corridor, but I do have a map here and I can show some aerial photographs as well. The contract provides we would acquire an outright interest in this strip of land that's outlined in green on your map, which again varies in width, but it is contiguous with the Pitkin County road right-of-way of Prince Creek for its whole length. Second piece of property included in the agreement is shown in blue. It's a little triangular shaped parcel that the Tybar Ranch refers to as the bullpen. And in the agreement we have reached, the purchase of the two is linked. The Tybar Ranch believes that the bullpen would make a very nice place for a trailhead to absorb some of the current parking that's going along Prince Creek Road. I'm happy to see GR is here, and he can also comment on that because I'm aware that he has, separate from open space, conducted a couple of public meetings with some of the folks that live in the Prince Creek subdivision, a couple of whom are here, to talk about our parking situation there. And Commissioner Hatfield, my laser pointer went missing. Can I borrow yours, please? The outlet of Handy Lane is really the entrance to the Prince Creek subdivision, and right at this spot we have been seeing an increasing number of cars parking for recreational access to a few different things. Just off of the right side of this map is the Crown, which is approximately 9,000 acres of land administered by the Bureau of Land Management. It straddles 3 different counties, Garfield, Pitkin, and Eagle, and the Crown has become increasingly popular for numerous types of recreation, but significantly here is mountain biking. The mountain bike community likes to come up and park here to access the Crown, as well as a trail network that has evolved sort of organically on this private land. And as many of you know, this private land is currently owned by the Wexner family and is proposed for conveyance to the BLM as part of this Shooty Ranch land exchange. Mountain bikers also park here in order to ride up to the Dinkle Lake Road to access the Hay Park system, I'm told. apparently, according to my friend Michael Manchester, there are also folks that like to park there in the winter for snowmobile access as well as snowshoe access and Nordic skiing up Prince Creek Road. So we've got a kind of a trailhead desire being expressed by the community, and it's currently playing itself out on the edge of the county road right-of-way. And that was one of the reasons that the Tybar Ranch and the Open Space Board started thinking about this trail corridor with this trailhead parking parcel. The other type of property which is included in our agreement is simply a trail easement that would be 30 feet along the fence line on these lower portions of the Tybar Ranch, and that's something that we included so that we didn't have to come back and ask for it later. To connect down there, we would also have to work with a few other intervening landowners. Really, there's three. There's two owners of parcels, as well as the East Mesa Ditch Company. The East Mesa Ditch Company has separately agreed that the county may pipe this section of the East Mesa Ditch that's outlined in yellow, and that could offer a couple of advantages to the county. First of all, for the open space program, it could offer a platform for the extension of this trail downwards. But secondly, there's an increasing number of public comments I've received concerning the desirability of some modifications of the county's road itself in this location. I'm not an expert in this, but at least the anecdotes that have been shared with me suggest that this is a pretty dangerous curve, especially in the winter, and that every year a couple of cars seem to wind up in the East Mesa Ditch. Mark and Emma are here and can comment with firsthand knowledge of that. So the East Mesa Ditch Company has agreed that we could put a pipe on that to assist with both pedestrian and potential with redesign of our road on that curve. The other two landowners that could be affected here, I've had private conversations with each of them, and they support this overall proposal and are quite receptive to dialogue with us about trail easements that would cross. It's Richard McIntyre and Dorothea Ferris's property here. The contract that we have worked out has a total price of $1.25 million. That's allocated $500,000 to this bullpen parcel. The bullpen parcel is 4.6 acres, and in the ordinance that I've prepared, you'll see that pursuant to a provision in our charter, I'm proposing we reserve the ability to sell all or part of that if the county later determines that it's not a desirable place to have some sort of open space facility. And the genesis of that is that there has been some suggestion from one of the open space trustees that once, if this private land is conveyed to the BLM, there might be opportunities up there that would render this one less urgent. That's something that we haven't fully analyzed, but that is the reason that we are reserving this flexibility regarding whether that would become a permanent part of the county open space portfolio. At first reading, I noted that we have an appraisal contingency in the contract for this parcel, but we had not included one for the balance of this. The direction at first reading was to come back prepared to discuss that, and what I would suggest would be an approach would be that you can condition your approval on some subsequent consultation through the county attorney's office on valuation here. I have started looking into the question of procuring a formal appraisal of that, and some of the timing as well as some of the pricing that I'm getting back from some of the appraisal consultants is not fitting well into what we have proposed, but sometimes we're able to procure opinions of value or have an appraiser do their work but stop short of a formal document, And that's the reason that I suggest that you might want to consider a direction today that we work on evaluation and we come back to you and present that to you. If you go to a requirement of a full appraisal report, just understand that appraisers with their licenses have to follow certain standards, which then lead to timing and expense issues in procuring those documents. So I'm able to proceed either way. At the staff level, I think we would be looking at renegotiating a timing question on our contract given the availability of and turnaround time from some of the vendors that I've talked to so far. Another question that came up at first reading, and I did have a chance to go over this with Commissioner Ittner, who raised the question. He wanted to know what's the full cost of this whole program, and I had to make some assumptions to come up with an estimate on that. But if you assume that we're going to build a single track soft surface trail for this whole length, the trail by itself, Gary Tenenbaum is estimating at about $25,000, and that's really driven by the need to put a bridge across Prince Creek about here and another one about here. That's more than half of that cost to put those bridges in. But Gary felt that given the sort of conversion that we're talking about of this property back from an agricultural use that's been pretty intensive to more of a park-like use, that he felt we should be thinking about a full restoration of the creek bottom as well as this bullpen, and those costs start to go up more significantly. In the bullpen specifically, he's estimating $75,000 to revegetate that reach of Prince Creek to make it look more like it would have in a sort of a native habitat condition, and then to add a soft surface parking facility. So that would be a quick estimate, $75,000 project. And then finally, for the revegetation up and down Prince Creek, specifically this area down here has been part of the livestock paddock, and to really get cottonwoods back in there and make it look more like a native condition. Gary is estimating about $60,000 for that. So full price on the ultimate vision that we have, we're thinking about $160,000. That compares pretty well with other places where we're looking at similar types of rehabilitation and recreational facilities. For example, Elk Park, our numbers that we're looking at for the restoration and the development of Elk Park are significantly more than that, but they're in that ballpark. So, of course, we wouldn't know exactly what we would be trying to do on the ground until we complete a management planning process in accordance with our current practice, which is to solicit the involvement of the neighborhood as well as interested parties and undertake a scoping and a planning effort in that way. I am happy to see that we have Emma Danzinger here, who moved to this property. She can tell her story, but has lived there and lived there with her husband David, who had a great vision for agriculture being a permanent part of this landscape. And I want to thank Emma specifically for also having the vision to think about how to integrate the New West with the Old West along this proposed boundary that we would be changing. The arrival of recreationalists to the area in the numbers they are now hasn't been welcomed by all the ranchers in the valley, but certainly Tybar has a very forward vision for how to make that work, as well as the continuation of their agricultural operation. This is not the first time we've looked at recreation and agriculture side by side. Jerome Park is another great example, as well as the Crystal Trail along the boundary of Cold Mountain Ranch. But I'm like seeing kind of a holistic landscape with everyone able to pursue their happiness, and so therefore I'm inspired by this type of project, which is the result of some collaboration and getting outside the sort of stereotypical ideas of what people think about each other. So maybe one final note I'll make, and then maybe ask our public for their views on this, is that I did mention we have this land exchange proposed, and when we vetted this through the Open Space Board, we spent a fair amount of time on the question of whether this is dependent upon the land exchange to make it valuable or not. And the story we reached on that is that if you start at the top of the Prince Creek Road where the turnoff is to Dinkle Lake and work your way all the way down to Highway 133, it's about 6 miles. This is a little over than a mile, more than a mile, all the way through here. And it's in an area where we have kind of a choke point in that the curves, the radius is there, and also the east-west orientation here creates some sightline problems. I've been out there a fair amount. I live in Carbondale, and there are almost always pedestrians on that road in this section. And consequently, I believe, and our recreation planner believes, that regardless of whether this Haynes property goes to the BLM, if it stayed private, and if the trails that are on it now were ever shut down, nevertheless, we think that the public would gain from this trail corridor because it would give people a way to get off of the road through probably the most dangerous reach of Prince Creek Road between 133 and the Dinkle Lake turnoff. So we think it stands alone, that the public values here would be significant for both the neighborhood, having a linear park, place to get out for a walk, a lot of it in the shade, and also for the folks that are trying to come up here and access other public lands in the area. So we've probably gone on long enough. And
thank you, Dale. Do you have commissioner questions at this point? Yes, Rachel.
Thank you. Can you perhaps describe again the type of language or amendment you'd like to this resolution related to the appraisal value and how it comes back to us? Because there's currently nothing in our resolution at all.
Right, and I typically wouldn't pull out all the individual details of a real estate contract for an ordinance. What is in the ordinance is that the county's authorization to close is contingent upon the county attorney's final approval of all the due diligence and title review and all that sort of thing. And what my suggestion was is we could either leave it at that or specifically call out that the county attorney's office in consultation with you is comfortable on the valuation. Certainly you can direct both the open space staff and the county attorney to come back to you prior to closing with a report on those things. It's really just a matter of what you're most comfortable doing, and if you want to make an explicit condition in the ordinance, then we can work with that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Jack, do you have a question?
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm speaking about what Rachel had brought up. At the end of the day, though, it's not the county attorney's comfort that's going to matter. It's the Board of County Commissioners. So with all due respect, I think we should articulate something in this. I don't know if it's a new number 3 or whatever. You know, staff needs to figure out the appropriate place. Just being very transparent about our intent. We look to this as a positive public purpose of an up to 1.25 million, I think it was. Yeah, 1.25 million. But that is, the purchase is contingent upon the board being comfortable with the appraisal. You know, the further work on value. And I'm not in any way, shape, or form able to articulate exactly the particulars of what type of an appraisal, et cetera. I would leave that up to staff, but we need to reference somehow.
Let me ask the board, why, that then is not much of a public disclosure. I mean, there will be documents, but there won't be much of a public disclosure. I mean, what I would like to see is an explanation to the public on the system used to evaluate that trail. And I more or less asked Dale to work on that, and he is working on it. But I think rather than pass it in a nebulous kind of way in the resolution, I would be more comfortable with continuing it, have Dale come back with further public explanation in a public meeting of how they arrive at that price, or the difficulty that appraisers are experiencing evaluating that trail, and have it go through a public process rather than an internal process, which is us feeling comfortable. I don't know how we show the public how we're comfortable unless we do it in a public meeting. Yes, Jeff?
Yeah, I agree, and I always anticipated having a discussion in public, not just a memo, saying, here's what we found, because we have to finally weigh in on the final approval. The working relationship that Dale has with the property owners is important, and while you were speaking, the only thought I had on this as to moving it forward now is to have certainty that this is our direction based on some technical aspects of value. But I think we support this. I mean, everyone knows that I have a bit of a problem about the bullpen, because my vision for this corridor is not another parking lot. Park at the high school and bike in or walk in, and that's okay. But I think this gives us an option. It was part of a package, so I'm going to work with staff and the property owner on that. So, Michael, you've raised the question, and I guess we'd have to hand off the ball to Rachel here as to what approach you might consider.
Well, I'm in agreement with both of your statements. I was just trying to think of the type of language we could add to number 3 or a new number 3. Something along the lines of this authorization is expressly contingent upon acceptance by the BOCC in a public meeting of the valuation as obtained by the Director of Open Space and Trails.
John, is that kind of language sufficient to warrant another public meeting and our open discussion about it?
Well, I think you can include that language in the ordinance if the board desires. Of course, there would be another public meeting, and the fact that you would be reviewing an opinion of value or an appraisal report of some nature. So that is already, being contemplated. I would guess my suggestion would be to leave the number 3 paragraph in place. It's a standard language that basically allows staff a chance to review the contract for a variety of different particular languages and make sure it's something that's acceptable, and just add Rachel's suggestion as an additional paragraph.
Okay, Jack, is that sufficient?
Yeah, this is a huge public benefit. Safety is really critical in this corridor, and whether it's bicyclists, pedestrians, I would assume equestrians also are on this road. So this is really a positive, and I like the idea of it's almost like a park, a corridor park. So all that's good. I'm just having a hard time with the exact language. John, in effect, though, did you say we could, with Rachel's language or facsimile of that, move this forward?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I needed to clarify that. So
Yes,
I'm on
Rachel.
board.
Yeah. I guess my thought is that I think it'd be better after the public hearing, and should the board want to approve this in concept, to approve it now. We've had a lot of people who've traveled a lot of distance to give public testimony on it, but then have it contingent upon the valuation and that coming back and being accepted by the board in a public meeting.
Right. Dale, is that something you can achieve? Can you achieve a thorough evaluation or valuation of this property by one means or another?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, it seems to me that the basis of this acquisition is right. It improves recreation and safety in the Prince Creek corridor, or at least for part of the Prince Creek corridor. I only wish that that kind of money came to Lanedo, and because we have exactly the same problems in Lanedo, and we've been offered traffic signs or no parking signs, not $1.25 million. So that's my difficulty with this particular acquisition, is we don't have at this point an appraisal that I can rely on and express to my constituents that this is a fair value for our purchase. And so, given the language that Rachel suggested, I can go forward. But first we'll have some public comment from the public. Are there members of the public who wish to speak at this time?
Thank you. Michael Manchester, if you didn't know. Anyway, I live in the Prince Creek subdivision up along the backside. I've been there about 6 years. For me, this is a long-standing issue in terms of the reducing or eliminating the parking that is currently happening at the bottom of Handy Drive. On a good day in the spring and in the fall, there could be as many as 30 cars parked along that road. I can attest personally that there have been several near-miss accidents with bicyclists and automobiles going through there. There are no sight lines. You cannot see left or right when there are 30 cars parked along there. So for me, number one, this is about the safety of the cars and the riders that happen at that intersection. I also will tell you that between the McIntyre barn, which is basically just below where the bullpen is, and where they currently park at Handy Drive, that is a very windy road. There is not one single place where an automobile can safely pass a bicycle, and they do it every day, all day. So I think that the trail aspect of this is also very important for improving the safety along Prince Creek Road. The parking side of this, I think, is necessary, at least in the short term. If you don't go up and down Prince Creek Road all the time, you might not fully realize that this is a multi-use road. Not only does it serve several residential areas along there, it is a work road for the ranchers along there. They are constantly pulling up and down, pulling off the side in their various carts, cars, Jeeps, and anything else you can think of. And a dozen times or so a year, it is covered with cattle. And they move them from the lots on the lower part all the way up into the BLM land. So this is not a simple solution. I think this is a great first step at helping get the worst part of that road in a much safer condition for hikers and bikers through there, and eliminating the parking unsafe situation that happens at the bottom of Prince Creek Road.
Are there other members of the public who wish to comment at this time?
Thank you so much for hearing us today. My name is Emma Danziger, and I'm the owner
Emma,
of
could you
Tiber Ranch.
speak up? That's just actually for the TV, and
You're not hearing me? All right. Thank you for inviting us today. My name is Emma Danziger, and I'm the owner of Tiber Angus Ranch. David and I have been in the ranching business since the early 50s, and we have always been extremely conservation interested and participatory in the other states in which we have functioned, and coming into this part of Colorado, bringing a small band of Angus cattle in 1980. It has always been our plan, our interest in cooperation between all entities that have to live and work close to public lands. I feel that it is time to have cooperation between the recreationalist and the working and living community, as stated. I believe that this is a great safety issue, more than anything else. I think the corridor that we are proposing that goes across the northern edge of the Tybar Ranch along Prince Creek is absolutely beautiful, and it would be an asset for recreational biking. This would not be for the hardcore cyclist that wants to go up and down in every gully and so forth and so on. The reason that we were proposing the use of the bullpen is that people do not park at the high school. I know that is an ideal situation, but they absolutely do not park there. And to give them to give us a small park area, an open space area that would have soft parking, that would have perhaps one area where there could be a picnic area, and have access, a safer access on and off of Prince Creek, to me is very vital for the safety of the pedestrian, the biker, and of course the rancher. You come out of the Tybar Road to make that turn where the ditch is. Come down from the road where, there you go. That corner right there is absolutely lethal. When we come out in the winter time or at haying time, when we come out with a tractor pulling a large trailer full of hay, that is such a blind corner that it is a miracle that we have not had an incident before now. The idea of having small envelopes of open space where people could stage, I think, is a great benefit. I also think that we need to appeal to the recreationalist and to the cyclist in particular to cooperate with all of us, that when we build bike paths, they are responsible to use them, they are responsible to help us maintain them, and they are to respect the boundaries between the professional person such as myself, who is a rancher, and the homeowner. And I appreciate you considering this opportunity to start a relationship in the broader sense of the community between the recreationalists and the people who do live near and next to open space. Thank you.
Are there other members of the public who wish to comment at this time? Board? We'll close the public hearing at this point. Yes?
I would like to ask Commissioner Richards, because she had the answer to her last question in the last meeting regarding water rights and landscaping.
I think Dale would be the best one to ask, but thank you for that, Lindy. I kind of recall the comments that we see some work with that. I don't know if that's going to be a part of the final contract.
And at last meeting, just to recap that, the question was raised whether Tybar has any water that we could acquire above and beyond the domestic well that is a part of the property that we're purchasing. And the ranch manager, Mark Mislanik, who's here, made the comment that they really don't have extra water. However, that if we needed some help with irrigation of landscaping as we're changing this use to an open space park setting, that the ranch would work with us.
I would just say I'd love to see some little bit of water as well, in case we end up reselling it as a home site. I think it might be less valuable to anyone who feels that they're not going to be able to have any water at all. But at the very least, establishing the parking makes sense. Maybe there's a way, again, just to work with you, and I understand the need for the water for your purposes today. I fully understand that. But perhaps there could be a discussion of a first right of refusal were you ever to sell some of the water, that we would be able to re-water that.
Okay, well, I understand, and I will certainly discuss it with my friends who are here.
Thank you.
So, I'm sorry, to follow up on Rachel's inquiry, will that be a formal agreement for help for watering? How will we, I appreciate the informal offer. How do we rely on that going forward?
Well, my personal recommendation is that I'm very confident that we can take Mark at his word, and that if we need some help establishing some plans, that we're going to be able to work that out. If you would be more comfortable having some language added to this contract that would acknowledge that we've had that conversation and that the ranch will work in good faith with us to assist us in establishing vegetation, I can certainly look at some language along those lines, and I don't know that we want to try to negotiate it right here and now. But
No. But is that okay with the board to have some express language formalizing that agreement in some way? Any other questions at this time? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, Dale, I'm wondering about what's next, the next steps. Given that we get our hands around the appraisal and all that, and I have no doubt that we can do that, would this corridor then be looked at through our typical planning exercise as to dealing with the various elements, whether it's the environment or a soft surface trail or parking, the bigger picture?
correct. For this property specifically, I would anticipate something along the lines of what we did up in Redstone recently, where we get all the interested parties involved and come up with a plan. It'll take some time to do that, but the effort is worth it. And this is another opportunity for us to extend partnerships both on the trail construction side, where we have our Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers and others that have been our partners on those things, as well as a stream bank project, and we've got partners that we like to work with on those things as well. The cost estimates I gave you, we certainly always try to find other folks that will help us with those things, whether it's the GOCO or whoever it might be.
Yeah, well, thank you. I can see how this is a project that can evolve over time in several stages, and I very much appreciate Mrs. Danzinger's insight in sharing that in order that we can move forward here. I'm fully supportive of this because of the safety issues and the road, and whether Jack is right or correct on the parking is irrelevant. The point is we're going to move forward and understand what we have before us. So I'm supportive, and I hope we can deal with that couple language additions right up, and we're good.
Yes, Dale, and then Rachel.
If I might just make two more brief comments about the bigger picture beyond this bike trail and this corridor. This property sits adjacent to a couple areas of extreme interest to the long-term vision of the open space program. And one of those things is that really this is kind of the southern boundary of the East Mesa. We have previously partnered in the acquisition of a conservation easement on John Eastlanic's ranch. It sits down the East Mesa near Carbondale. But that entire landscape of agricultural lands really lying with Tybar on the south and the Eastlanic properties on the north, the entire thing, I think, merits our continuing concern and further efforts to protect it. I look forward to working with Emma on conservation options for the Tybar Ranch, and we are also looking for more opportunities to conserve agricultural lands on the East Mesa. The other thing that's contiguous here, of course, is the Crown, and simultaneous with this project, we have another project you're well aware of over in Emma that would add some conserved agricultural lands as well as a recreational portal onto the Crown. But my point I wanted to make there is that we are looking forward to working with the BLM on a sub-area plan to try to do the best we can for that entire 9,000-acre landscape as well, and that I would see this as fitting into those two larger visions with the East Mesa and the Crown.
Thank you. Yes, Rachel.
I was just going to see if you're ready for a motion, Michael?
Sure.
Thank you. I would make a motion to approve an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of the Prince Creek Trail property with the amendment for the additional language related to valuation as discussed.
As well as water.
As well as formalizing within the contract the vegetation water needs for the establishment of the parking area.
I'll second that.
Okay. I'll just say that I will support this because there is this contingency attempt, at least, to get an appraisal on a trail easement and trail acquisition. And Dale said it's difficult, and we're going to find out just how difficult it is in the future. And so I want to go forward, and I recognize all the aspects of the constraints on Prince Creek Road, and so I'll support it going forward. But it's necessary to have an appraisal that makes some sense. Jack?
Yeah, Michael, I'll weigh in on that. I think you brought up a very important issue. And my suggestion 2 weeks ago at the first meeting on this was, well, maybe we can understand what we've done in the past and arrive at some analysis and move forward. But you know what? Trails are not going away. Our desire and community's desire is not going away. So we ought to get develop the best information possible. And I think you helped spur us on to do that. And because it's typical we do appraisals anyway. So when you have a challenge, you don't, like Jack suggests, maybe try to sidestep and find some information. No, we meet up, meet at heads up, and go from there.
Any comments, Rachel? So I'll ask for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So thank you very much. Thank you, Emma. Appreciate it. And it's 1:20, and the next item is medical marijuana. I think I need a drink of water. So we're just going to take a 5-minute break. Board of County Commissioners regular meeting, June 27th, 2012. We're partway through our work today, and we're at item 7. It's a resolution establishing the Pickens County medical marijuana licensing regulations. John Ely is actually leading off the discussion. I see numerous other people here. John, do you want to give us an outline of what we're doing?
Certainly. Commissioners, in front of you today is a resolution that would establish a licensing procedure for Pickton County dealing with medical marijuana facilities. The issue is currently scheduled today for a second reading and public hearing on the resolution that was accepted for first reading 2 weeks ago by the BOCC. The only change that was made by the BOCC at the first reading and incorporated in that first reading of the resolution was an exclusion based upon caucus recommendations to the BOCC. That exclusion is highlighted in yellow on page 3, the proposed regulations, and I think that's page 5 overall if you're on the internet. The exclusions track 3 specific caucuses within the county. First, in the frying pan caucus area, no dispensaries or optional premise cultivation areas or medical marijuana infused products manufacturing would be conducted in that particular caucus area. For the Snowmass Capital Caucus area, no licenses for optional premises cultivation would be issued. And finally, in the BC Commercial Zone District, which is Village Commercial, which is a zone district limited specifically to essentially downtown Redstone. And this was a recommendation forwarded to us by the Crystal Caucus that in this particular area, in this particular zoned district, BC, there would be no licenses issued for medical marijuana centers or what's commonly referred to as dispensaries. Those 3 modifications were made by the board at first reading and have been incorporated within the resolution for this second reading public hearing. To recap, the current regulation is in a form that allows the county to issue licenses for activities associated with medical marijuana with a, I guess I would describe it as a minimal form of review by the county, which would allow for the issuance of these licenses. It would be done concurrently as provided in state statute with the state licensing authority and would allow for the continuation of those individual premises already conducting businesses under the Medical Marijuana Act, the state statute, and also would allow the county to entertain license applications in the future for additional premises. That's all I have, unless the board has any questions concerning where we are or how we got here.
Yes, Rachel.
John, just for a refresher for all of us, after a license is obtained through Pickton County or any county, what does the licensee then do with the state in terms of state regulation? They follow-up review.
Someone desiring to conduct business under the Medical Marijuana Act needs to obtain a license, in effect, for the grant of a license from the state to conduct that activity. The state conditions the award of such a license upon the approval of a local jurisdiction, a county or a municipality. Some jurisdictions are looking at establishing a zoning regulatory scheme to afford that permission. Other jurisdictions are predominantly municipalities are affecting that type of permission through a business license program, and other jurisdictions are doing as proposed here in Pickton County, which would be the grant of a license particular to this type of activity.
I guess what I meant is in terms of the background checks and then the state enforcement. What are the next steps after someone obtains a license, whether it's in a municipality or county?
It kind of depends on how the individual local jurisdiction has set up its review procedures and what type of affirmative action the local jurisdiction is taking. Like I said, a business license, a license such as proposed, or a zoning action, etc. But the way the Pickton County program is set up to function is that anyone who applies locally with Pickton County for a license to do any of the three types of actions or three types of activities contemplated under the Medical Marijuana Act, that we then forward that request down to the state of Colorado, assuming there has already been a request made with the state, but if that isn't the case, then we notify the state. That the state conducts, as I said, what is called a concurrent review. The state does all the state of Colorado will do the background checks, any criminal record analysis, any types of issues along those lines. The county will review compliance with underlying zoning. If the state does not indicate to us that there is an issue with issuing a license at the state level, then we would issue the local license. Upon that, then the state license would issue, and then the individual proprietor, business owner, would be able to conduct their business. There is one exception to that, and that involves businesses that are already been established prior to the date of this resolution.
Jack?
I'm good, thank you.
John, I've had a great deal of difficulty trying to understand this. And so the state legislature, the Colorado state legislature, passed legislation legalizing this particular activity.
That's correct.
And we are then enacting legislation in response to that. So in response to that legislation coming out of the state capitol.
That's right. We are putting the county in an area of conformity with state law.
And so within the state of Colorado, it's a legal activity that's contemplated in front of us. And yet in the United States, it's illegal.
That's correct.
So that's where I start to lose the logic of what we're doing, and am troubled by it. And then you say that the state investigates criminal background, but this particular activity in the light of the U.S. government is a criminal activity. So what is that about? I mean, I just don't quite understand.
Well, there's not a whole lot I guess I can offer. It is the conundrum when you're dealing with an activity that is prescribed by the federal government and sanctioned by the state government. And that is where this activity is.
And in your experience, has the county ever done something similar to this?
No.
So this is the first time that the county has enacted legislation in conformance with the state legislation, but not in conformance, in fact in violation of U.S. government regulations.
That's right.
Thank you, John. Any other questions for staff? Lance and Lisa, do you have a presentation for us, or you just...
Lance Clark, Planning Director. No, sir. I was just here if there was any backup questions about the caucus and their recommendations, because I was the staff person that went to all of the caucuses and explained the legislation and took their feedback.
And Lisa?
I'm just running the slideshow.
You're running the slideshow. Okay. Yes, Jack.
Lance, did the caucuses in question, the three mentioned in this resolution, submit written comments, or were they just comments gathered from a public meeting?
They all also submitted written comments.
I would have liked to have seen them.
I think they had been distributed in an earlier presentation.
Yeah, I wasn't here the first time this came around, so I will follow through just so I have a complete picture. Thank you, Michael.
So the other issue that I want to bring up, mainly to the other commissioners, is that part of this licensing procedure, aside from the leaps of, I don't even know if you call it leaps of logic, but was that the county manager was going to be assigned the duty of reviewing these applications and approving them, essentially checking, making sure that a checklist is filled out. And both George Newman, who's not present today, and I suggested that review of this particular regulation would be better enacted by county commissioners in a public hearing setting. And I would appeal to the commissioners to reconsider their opposition to that and to have it a public hearing when one appeal applies for licensing. And the example brought up was that state liquor licenses, or the issuance of liquor licenses and even temporary licenses, are brought forward in a public hearing setting and for our approval or denial, and that it would be appropriate to have that same regulation apply to the marijuana regulations. And so I appeal to the board to ask for that change in this particular legislation. I just wanted to say that. Yes, Jack?
I'm not going to agree with that. I have thought long and hard about how to approach this ever since I started on my personal campaign as a commissioner in attempting to get educated, and I very much want to thank a proprietor in the community of business owners who allowed me to do a site visit of a grow operation and a site visit of a dispensary, and provided me with a whole lot of paperwork about the background checks and the applications, etc., that had to go through. I'm very comfortable about where this sits. From my perspective as an individual commissioner, what we're doing here is complying with state law, and state law at minimum requires a licensing procedure. I think we've hit the nail on the head. Our county manager will be that licensing authority, and the reason why I support that is that this situation has been going on for about 2 years now. Probably July 1st, 2 years ago, was when it was first enacted, because after the legislature enacts, they set a date of implementation. And to my knowledge, and having my ear to the ground throughout the community, having numerous people speak to me about this issue, I'm very comfortable that we're doing the right thing, and we don't need to make a mountain out of a molehill. I think this is an issue that is reasonable, an action that we are well, anyway, mirror image of Boulder, I think, John? Is it not what Boulder's doing, with the exception of the caucus element?
That's correct.
Yeah. And so I think we've, in what is before us today at second reading, have shown that we're sensitive to local concerns in caucuses, and I'm ready to move forward on this. This item, since I publicly said that I attempted to educate myself to the best amount possible, I've had numerous people talk to me about the benefits of this product. This is not a sham, Michael, as you have articulated. There are real medical reasons why this exists, and I'm going to fully support it. And as a matter of fact, I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, establishing the Pickens County medical marijuana licensing regulations, and hope for a second and then further discussion.
Yes, Rich.
I am in agreement with Jack's comments, but Jack, I'd like to have the public hearing first before accepting a motion or seconding a motion.
Okay, I will withdraw my motion. Thanks, Rachel. It's probably the best procedure.
So at this time, it is a public hearing, and members of the public are invited to speak on this item. And I will call on members of the public, and you will have a short time to express your opinions. Yes, ma'am.
Microphone.
Do we just sit here, or what would you like me to do? I talk fairly loud.
We need it for the grassroots reporting.
Can I sit and speak with you?
We're
I'm fine.
fairly laissez-faire about it, so whatever makes you feel comfortable.
Okay. My name is Lauren Mayton, for the record. I'm an attorney. I represent most of the dispensaries and grows actually in Pickens County. I also represent a large portion of the businesses in our Roaring Fork Valley and up and down the I-70 corridor. I have been in support of your regulations for a long time. There are some things I specifically would like to address based on comments from the last hearing where there was no public comment. One of the items that I want to bring to your attention has to do with your comments. It was actually Mr. Newman and Chairman Owsley. If I may approach you with it's a statement from Attorney General Eric Holder that was published in the Washington Times, if I may.
Just pass them out.
Yes, please. There are some extra copies for your benefit if you'd like. But the thrust of what that says, and the reason I'm handing it to you was because of your concerns last time, in particular regarding the safety at grows. There was concern about conflict between state and federal law, as we heard again today. And basically, there was a lot of concern over the actions that have occurred in California. I wanted to address this to hopefully give you some peace of mind. And one of the things that is specifically addressed in this letter is that if you are in strict state compliance, they're leaving you alone. They have no desire to come after you. The problem with California is that there is no unambiguous reading of their law at all. It is consistently not precise. The state of Colorado initially enacted a constitutional amendment. That constitutional amendment found implementation in the state legislature. The state legislature implemented laws to follow the constitutional amendment. It also asked municipalities to regulate further in order to permit for dry counties or not, dry municipalities or not. There is no ambiguity in our law. It is straightforward, it is followable, and if the federal government wanted to come in and shut us down, they would have done so already. When they came in and said, you are 1,000 feet from a school, they didn't have to come up with an excuse as to why they wanted to shut you down. It's federally illegal. So they came up with a reason because Colorado has strict compliance rules. The compliance involves, and as Rachel asked, the compliance involves background checks, checking on whether you've paid your taxes, to find out if you're delinquent, to find out if your banking records, all of them, to find out your entire complete financial history of who you are based on liability issues. They had to do with criminal background checks, rules regarding consumption, rules regarding growing and the chemicals that are used to grow, and those that are not allowed for safety concerns. Security cameras at every 90-degree angle in every building where there is marijuana. The point is that there is strict compliance here in Colorado. There is an ability for the government, the federal government, to understand who is and who is not in compliance. As I said, if the federal government wanted to shut Colorado down, they wouldn't use an excuse that you're 1,000 feet from a school. They would have simply shut you down, period. That's issue number one.
Lauren,
yes, sir.
You know, this is public comment, and it's. I'd like you to keep it as brief as you can. I know it's difficult for you.
I was just addressing your concerns.
Yes, but you can see where this hearing is going. So by prolonging it, by addressing my concerns.
I have only one other issue then, and that has to do with the current regulation that I don't agree with. In your packet on page 3 of Exhibit A, page 3 of Exhibit A. On page 3, under Article 8, Licensing Procedure for Renewal of Existing Licenses, it states that the licensing authority shall, mandatory language, determine that all of the following requirements have been met by the applicant. I read that in order to issue it a license. Item B. Item B says, no criminal activity related to drug use or illegal drug sales have taken place at the location within the last 5 years as reported by the Sheriff's Office. My problem with this is that, number one, there is a limited number of landlords that are willing to rent to medical marijuana facilities, whether it's an MIP, an MMC, or an OPCO. If you have an employee that has sold cocaine over the counter to somebody, and the employer has caught that, and the employer reports to Med as is required, the employee gets fired, and then now the location is marked with a big X on it for 5 years. It doesn't matter whether it's a new business coming in, let's say that business folded, and a new business is coming into the location itself, or whether it is the same proprietor that was slapped on the wrist by Med and said, thank you for catching it, that was very proactive of you, we appreciate that, you did all the right things by firing the employee, and now you're not going to reissue them a license. I don't understand the rational basis for that provision. Other than that, I don't believe that you need to have BOCC review every application. If there's a complaint, I think it's appropriate to go in front of the larger BOCC, but I think Mr. Peacock can do a fine job as county manager doing the initial process. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Board, what's your wish? Yes, Rachel.
I would like to see if John Ely has any comments on the last point raised. It does strike me as an interesting contradiction. I think about liquor licensing and liquor establishments where if they call the police to say we've caught 4 people with fake IDs, can you please come get them? Does that count against them for their next liquor license renewal that they had underage drinkers? And so you don't want it to be a dilemma where there's not reporting or there's an incentive to not report. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, John.
Well, to be honest with you, I didn't think about it as a disincentive to reporting, to be honest with you. And it wasn't language that we invented. It was language that was grafted into this resolution. If the board feels more comfortable in toning that down, then that's something that you can do. It was basically left in as is, though, as a check against anything that might be going on in the premises, and as a means of basically discontinuing the operation if something was reported. If the board feels that is too harsh, and certainly the scenario that Ms. Mayton relates, could lead to that, result, then we could change it. But that's the origination of the phrase.
Yeah. Yes, well, just to follow up on that, I appreciate that input, and I appreciate your concern. I think that as an initial go-round with these regulations, I'd like to leave it intact. I think that at some level it does become a greater incentive for any of those operators to really have a strict purview over their employees at all times, and it could be a major disincentive. So I would leave that intact. And as I've said before, I'm going to support the resolution going forward. I'll make a comment after we have a motion on the table.
Yes, Jack.
I think the intent here is good, because in no way, shape, or form do we want illegal activity, though it's, at least my experience of a growth center and a dispensary, looks to be very highly regulated with cameras. You can't hardly breathe in a place or blink without it noticing. I've never been on camera to that degree, one over here, etc. I just wonder if we should just delete the location, the 5 years, and put as reported by the sheriff's office. That way we don't have a timeline, but it's an issue that ought to be checked off, and we ought to know what has gone on there. So we just, maybe, Rachel, would you consider deleting the 5-year part? I'm not sure. But definitely we want to ask that question. You would not issue a license.
you know, again, I'm going to come down at the end of the day, leaving that intact. And, you know, also, I acknowledge Michael and Commissioner Newman's concerns as they were raised at the last meeting and this meeting. But I feel that we can revisit these regulations over time as needed and make modifications as they seem appropriate in our community. And so I'm willing to let it stand and then see where that plays out. And then, again, see if there's other reasons to modify in future years.
Yes, Jeff. Yeah, I appreciate that explanation. I'm on board with you, Rachel. When I think of your comments, Michael, you have pointed out to us that this is a very unique situation, both in Pickens County and amongst the states of the Union. There's a difference of federal versus state law. Having sat for 2 legislative sessions as one of Pickens County's, along with Rachel, representatives at CCI, Colorado Counties Incorporated, which is our statewide county lobbying organization. I followed this through many iterations. I think it's a tremendous job done, and I'm willing certainly to go with Boulder's example here and let future boards modify as our experience shows. So are you ready for a motion? I would like to make a motion now to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, establishing the Pickens County medical marijuana licensing regulations.
Second.
So, further discussion. I will say that I'm not going to support this on really 2 bases. That the degree where you have to adjust your logic to support this, I'm just not capable of. It seems to me that even in the example we just heard, which is no criminal activity shall be, the criminal activity shall be illegal on, essentially for renewal on the premises. In fact, the entire operation is illegal under United States government law. So therefore, you have a criminal activity occurring at a time on the national basis, although it's legal from Colorado's point of view. It's just too convoluted for me to follow. The second issue is the review by our county manager. I think that's insufficient, that this is a public matter and should be brought forward in front of the BOCC to allow comment. When we have liquor license issuance or renewals or temporary permits, we do it here in an efficient, careful way, and as far as I can remember, we don't have public objecting, but they're allowed to come here and do it if they so wish. In the case of assigning this duty to the county manager, it's a duty that he is capable of, but is not the right office to do it in. It should be public review. So I can't support this for those 2 reasons, and I will vote against it. Rachel?
Thank you. And I certainly understand your concerns, Michael. I just simply take a different point of view. Colorado voters approved medical marijuana, I think, over a decade ago. And we are a state that has a very strong regulatory scheme that has been very carefully vetted, as Jack has alluded to, through several sessions of the state legislature. In some areas it's kind of looked at as a model where they're trying to find the appropriate ways for regulating medical marijuana. I would note that Colorado was one of the earlier states that approved the sale of alcohol although the federal government had not lifted the prohibition on alcohol yet. And there is a little bit of a history of Colorado perhaps being a leader in some areas. It's a layperson's term, but I think of it a little bit as voter nullification instead of jury nullification of rules or laws that just generally aren't germane to the public today. And I particularly am supporting our regulation because the alternative is to move to just a caretaker model. And the caretaker model has no licensing requirements. It has no location requirements. Each caretaker can have up to 6 plants for up to 5 patients in production at any time. And it would not have the type of above-board licensing, review, state regulation, state live video camera feeds at all times on all activities. And so I think this is actually far more protective and thorough than for us to leave it lie and just default to the caretaker model. Thank you.
So I call the question.
Please do.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Nay. Thank you very much.
Now it's incumbent upon everyone to live by the law.
That's right.
We're now in the land use public hearings portion of our day. The first item is the Anthony's Brown Constrained Site TDR designation to historic register and historic incentives. And this meeting was continued from June 13th. Suzanne, are you doing a slideshow for us?
I was just going to put the map up.
Okay.
Yeah, Michael's
Nothing too complicated on my end.
Laser light show.
I'm not that technological just yet. But I can give you that.
Do you need a laser pointer so you can? Okay.
Jack has shared with us,
Okay.
since we seem to have misplaced ours. Sorry, I'm getting organized.
I have to gift it to someone when you leave.
Yes, Suzanne, go ahead.
Okay, Suzanne Wolf for the Planning Office. The request before you today is a request for constrained site TDRs on a property up in Section 36 on Bear Ridge Road off of East Soapers Creek Road. This has been before you on May 9th, and a site visit was conducted on June 7th, but just to... There we go. So here is...
Does it work on the screen?
There we go. There we go. This is Bear Ridge Road, so coming from East Soapers Creek Road down here. Since you were all on the site visit, I guess you're pretty familiar, but coming up, this is the 35-plus acre parcel we're talking about, and the site is in this area, if you remember, kind of a wash-type area or drainage where the artifacts are located. So the primary issue here, it relates to the archaeological resources that have been identified. There was an extensive report provided in the prior packet, May packet. Additional information was submitted subsequent to the site visit to address some of the questions that were raised. That letter is included in your packet from Melissa Elkins with the Metcalf Archaeological Consultants. And I'll just walk through some of the points she made. Would you like me to back up more in terms of the background to this point, or just the new information?
Just give us a brief outline of what archaeological artifacts were found.
Okay. It's an archaic site, a prehistoric site. They found a dense scatter of lithic tools and flakes. If you'd ask me to explain some of these things, I might not get there. But they have stated that this is an unusual site given the high density of formal tools as well as all stages of tool manufacture, which they've said could indicate a long occupation of the site. And basically, they've looked at, again, they mentioned that the site could be eligible for the National Register of Historic Places because of its potential for additional buried cultural artifacts or features that could yield important information about prehistory. And related to that, I guess, what's been identified at this point are resources on the surface. There's been no subsurface investigation of the site at this point. There's been an identification of an area where there are artifacts on the surface, but there hasn't been a broader investigation to sort of continue above and below where there are very evident artifacts on the surface to determine, how much broader this area may or may not be, and or to dig into the subsurface. So as Ms. Elkins had noted, that the state, they did send their report to the state. The Historic Preservation Officer did agree that the site is eligible for the National Register based on its information potential. There were a number of, I think, questions on the site about the rarity of the site. How many of these are there in Pitkin County in Colorado? Is this, how often do we see this? And I thought this was fairly interesting. It says, while prehistoric lithic scatters are recorded in large numbers all over the state of Colorado, sites with large numbers of formal tools like this one are less frequently encountered. She consulted the state database, which revealed that there have been a total of 96 prehistoric sites recorded in Pitkin County, 18 of which have been recommended eligible for the National Register with concurrence from the state. So I think that was useful information in terms of how frequent we could see things like this. And then there were a lot of questions about how can a site like this best be preserved? What's the best way to deal with it? She's obviously said the greatest dangers to the integrity of the site are vandalism and activities that will disturb the ground, including construction. And that basically that would destroy the context of the artifacts found on the surface. The options she presented would be sort of from lowest to highest impact in terms of the site would be, one, you could professionally collect small numbers of artifacts from the surface. You would map and detail the location and information about those artifacts. Then those artifacts could be displayed and further studied off-site. Another step, beyond that would be to conduct small-scale subsurface testing to yield additional information, again, for further trying to get more information out of the site to make determinations about how long it may have been occupied, how it fits into prehistory in our state. And the third would be to fully excavate the site, which would completely destroy the site and remove all information potential was the quote that she provided. So basically you would dig it all out, take everything away, leave the site unencumbered essentially, and you would basically gather what information you could from that excavation and take it all away. So those were her responses, I think, to some of the issues that were raised on the site visit. And so then in terms of the request in front of you today, staff, the request for a constraint, obviously with constrained sites, I think we said last time, this is a new constraint for us to deal with in terms of an archaeological site. The other constraints we typically deal with under the code, steep slopes, geologic issues, wildlife, those things are, the site can be developed, as was demonstrated in the past when a building envelope was approved. Those constraints are not such that they would prohibit development on this site. So the archaeological site is the only issue that would bring it into a question of, is this a constrained site that would be eligible for TDRs? Obviously, sterilizing this, not allowing any development on the site would protect to some degree these artifacts. But at this point, there hasn't been any proposal from the applicant to say, other than not doing anything on the site, what might be done to protect these, whether it be, again against vandalism or what also might be done to gather further information from this site, if any commitments related to that.
So given sort of that lack of information in terms of the site, how it would be protected and or how it could be utilized for further information, we continue to recommend denial, that the site not be deemed constrained, and that the TDRs would not be awarded.
Thank you, Suzanne. Any questions for Suzanne? Yes, Rachel?
But just kind of to clarify, after the site visit, there's been no change in the staff recommendation?
Correct.
Thank you.
Shall we move on to Mitch? Mitch, you want to give your presentation?
Yes, please. Thank you. For the record, my name is Mitch Haas. I'm here representing David Brown and Jody Amtes, the owners of the subject property, who are here as well. David. We're in a little bit of an odd situation in that last time when we had this hearing, Michael was here, but Rachel and Jack were not, and Rob and George were.
I was here.
Oh, you were here for that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Getting confused with the Middle Ranch one then. Sorry. So then I'm going to briefly run back through some of what I covered last time, and then just address where we've come since then. I guess then mostly for Jack's sake.
Excuse me?
For your sake, I'm going to rehash a little bit of what I covered at the first.
Okay, I read, for your information, I have read the previous packet, this packet, went briefly to the site visit, so I'm pretty familiar with
I won't get into too much
going
depth.
on.
I'll keep it quick.
Great.
So you've read all the reports. You see that there's strong support for the archaeological resource area, that it exists, that it deserves to be protected, that it deserves to be on the county and state or national inventory of historic places. Again, what I mentioned last time is about how this type of resource value is something that just preserving it has a high degree of value. The value is intrinsic to the property. It's not necessarily the wildlife will benefit, or it's like I likened it to a wilderness area that you may never ever visit, but it's nice to know it's been protected and preserved. The definition of a constrained site in the code includes one that's on a legally created parcel, a parcel that is undevelopable or severely restricted. This site falls under that term, severely restricted, given the county's codes for development on an archaeological resource site or a property that contains one. For a TDR sending site, the county commissioners call, if you will, under the code is to determine whether that parcel is constrained because the lot is undevelopable or severely restricted. So your constrained site, if it's severely restricted by code, and that because of this there is difficulty or impossibility of approving development of the site. Difficulty of improving development of the site. As a planner and practicing in Pickton County for the last 13 years or so, I would tell you it'd be extremely difficult to get a development approved on this property. In fact, I don't want to bring you an application from the next owner of this property for development of this property, and frankly, I don't think the county wants me to bring that application to them either. I don't want to fight for why this site should be developed, and I'm struggling with why I have to fight for why it shouldn't be developed. I think the reasons it shouldn't be developed are quite clear. The code explains that when an archaeological resource has been located, development within an archaeological resource area shall minimize damage to the known archaeological sites and shall demonstrate that the proposed activity will enhance the meaning of the archaeological site. Enhance the meaning of the archaeological site. I don't know how. I've racked my brains. I don't know how I can come to you with development of a 5,750 square foot house, or upwards of, its driveway, its well, its septic system, the landscaping that would go around it, and the use of the property for that purpose, how that would enhance the meaning of the archaeological site. I don't think it's possible to meet that standard. And if it is possible, it is certainly severely restricted and certainly difficult to do, exceedingly difficult to do. Instead, at the very least, such a development would forever destroy our irreplaceable resources here. This is a private property. There are no federal protections for archaeological resources on private property. We are limited to just that standard I just read you from the county code, which we can't meet with development of this property for a residential use. Putting a home here would destroy the resources, the artifacts, or at the very least compromise, but definitely not enhance the resources' integrity of location, setting, materials, workmanship, and feeling. So under these code standards, it's my conclusion that the property has to be deemed constrained, that there is clearly difficulty or impossibility of approving development on the site while meeting the applicable codes. The parcel is also clearly undevelopable or severely restricted pursuant to the land use code. In addition to being constrained, my clients have volunteered to have the property placed on the county's historic register, provided that they are granted the needed assistance for deeming it constrained in the form of 2 TDR as equitable mitigation for the constrained site status. With regard to the equitable mitigation part, we've asked for 2 TDRs. There were several properties in Section 36. Section 36 is this box, roughly. It's probably straighter down here, but otherwise that's Section 36. This site has been deemed constrained by the county, issued 2 TDRs. This site's been deemed constrained by the county and issued 2 TDRs, and this property here has also been deemed constrained by the county and issued 2 TDRs.
They never issued.
Oh, okay. Well, deemed constrained and approved for issuance of 2 TDRs. They just haven't come forward to get them. In each case, the properties we've outlined are 35, 36, and 35 acres, respectively. The subject property is 43 acres over here. In each case, the equitable mitigation was determined largely based on the fact that 5,750 square feet are enabled for development otherwise. 2 TDRs are 5,000 square feet, close enough, it's equitable. Also based on the value of the property and its purchase versus the value of a TDR at the time of the approval. Ours falls perfectly in line with the same conclusions. Today's value of a TDR is roughly $130,000, $140,000 a piece. This property was purchased last year for $260,000. Again, also otherwise entitled under the code for 5,750 square feet of development. And 2 TDRs at 5,000 square feet worth of development rights that would land on only approved sending sites, either sites that have already been predetermined to be acceptable locations for that development, such as within the urban growth boundary, Willoughby Way, Red Mountain, those areas, or sites that go through a detailed special review with a site plan review to show how the floor area is used and are specifically deemed acceptable and appropriate in that location. So the impacts fall to places that are appropriate, not just randomly about. So taking them off of here, a site that is constrained and contains irreplaceable resources, seems to me to be really appropriate. The other 3 sites, this one, and that one, were deemed constrained due to wildlife habitat concerns largely. One of them might have also had severe wildfire, but that's no longer considered a constraint in the code. It's mitigatable, if that's a word. Severe wildfire hazard exists on this property as well, but again, you can mitigate that. So for wildlife concerns, and I think that's important because this site up here I personally worked on, and it had a wildlife migration corridor that moved through one specific portion of the property. The whole property was deemed constrained so that that wildlife migration corridor itself would not be affected. Wildlife is very resilient and very adaptable. If approved development did occur here, the wildlife, while affected, would have adapted and found a new way to get where they go. Archaeological resources cannot do that. They cannot adapt to development around it. They cannot move. They are not resilient. They are irreplaceable, one of a kind. Their integrity is attached to where it sits. For these reasons, I think we've clearly demonstrated the site's constrained, that it is worthy of being issued to TDR as equitable mitigation, and in exchange for that, the applicant has again said they're willing to have the property placed on the inventory or the Register of Historic Places. In addition to that, these are property owners, unlike some in Pickens County, that don't have the financial wherewithal to keep spending money on studies, implement and determine a protection and preservation plan. What we've come up with, and I spoke briefly with Dale Will this morning, is we'd be willing to offer the Pickens County and Open Space and Trails, once this is approved as a constrained site, issued the TDRs, the ability to grant to them, no charge, a conservation easement over the property with two small provisos, if you will. The one being that it's for passive use, non-public access only, and two, that the county, with that conservation easement, will either, following Melissa's recommendations and the Metcalf reports, to either leave the site alone with the conservation easement, or B, the least extractive or least affecting option of either, where's the words she used? Seem to have misplaced it. Yeah, just either leave the site alone or stick with the professionally collect small numbers of artifacts from the surface, map and take detailed notes on the location of the items collected. Artifacts could be displayed in a museum and studied, but not go into the excavation and extractive and disruptive ways of then dealing with the property. So our feeling is there'd be no cost to the county in accepting the grant of the conservation easement. Would not be that it would not be asking to have the county purchase it as some way of dealing with the loss of property value or development rights. In exchange, we would simply get the TDRs, as was done for the other three properties in the same subdivision. We would grant the conservation easement with those limited caveats, and also either put the property on the county register or allow the county to do that for historic places. We see that as a way of providing long-term protection for the property by the county owning the conservation easement over the property. And in speaking with Dale, Dale stated he's happy to look at this as a way of providing long-term protection for the property. He's not opposed to accepting the grant of a conservation easement. He would be more concerned if we were asking him to purchase it. He said he would be in and out today. If we need him, we can call him and have him come here and talk to this issue. But that's sort of...
Dale is here now. Okay, so
I don't need to put any further words in his mouth. If you want to hear more about it from Dale. So that's where we stand, is sort of our proposal for future preservation and protection of the site.
Thank you, Mitch. Board, you have questions for Mitch? Yes, Jeff.
May I ask Dale a question, Michael?
Certainly.
Dale, my question is, has your Open Space Board had a chance to discuss this at all and consider the various components presented to you?
No, I haven't discussed this with the Open Space Board. In fact, I'm just learning about it myself. But the Open Space program, beginning with some other acquisitions, both Emma Town site and the old power plant at Redstone come to mind, have become increasingly conscientious about cultural features in the landscape and how we can protect those in tandem with protecting more traditional open space values. There are historic conservation easements, are fairly well known quantity,
And I have no concern that we could adapt a conservation easement for the purposes of protecting the cultural resources on this property. I'd be happy to take it to the Open Space Board, given the generosity of the landowner and their proposal to grant that. It's hard to imagine what concern would stop us from wanting to help protect this property.
Thank you, Dale. Any other questions for Dale since he's at the microphone and on his knees?
Well, not a question, but if I might.
Yes.
Thanks, Dale. I'm having a hard time with this request because of the balancing act that is required. We, as a Pitkin County organization, certainly developed historic guidelines and how to manage, how to work through these various, well, mostly historic, with less emphasis on archaeological because we hadn't really come this far in the past. But we have a good regulatory scheme. But what I find tough for me is the balance. Like I said, trying to understand what we really have in this site. I did the site visit. I've done my preparations and reading, and the minutes were revealing, and I think the board did a good job asking very pertinent questions the first hearing in May, I believe it was. But I'm trying to assess really what we have here. From the site visit, I could see examples of what are the artifacts, and mostly arrowhead type artifacts, I guess we call them, in different stages of, I guess, flinting off, however you make these tools. And believe me, I am not an archaeologist and have no understanding of certain qualities needed to make these tools. But the question, the most important question in my mind was, where did these artifacts come from? Were the prehistoric peoples involved in these? Were they at this site, or were they on the ridge, kind of up above? Because this site is so closely connected to that drainage, and I don't know if it's a depository or if there's actually something more to be found. But though individual pieces are significant, I have not been able to arrive at opinion whether the site is significant. So I have no opinion at the moment. I just need to continue to hear from the consultant, the applicant, members of the board and staff as to where we might go with this, because my sense is the trade-off in that balance that I talked about is the other end, the 2 TDRs. We have to land those TDRs. That means growth somewhere else. And being a commissioner who had the privilege of being on planning and zoning in the early 90s when we invented the rural and remote zoning and the TDR program and all of that, with, of course, significant work by staff, feedback from the public. Every time we deal with this issue of TDRs, and there's a great benefit to preserving a certain site, on the other hand, at the end of the day, there's got to be growth somewhere if they are purchased. So, and I know staff in their annual reports give us feedback, and there's about a balance of sites and numbers of TDRs available if they're ever used. But we can quickly get way out of balance by granting TDRs not for specific reasons. Myself, I have supported, and I'd have to know the names to remind myself, of these, mostly for wildlife on these sites here locally. I don't believe there was a historic resource here like other sites like Middle Ranch, et cetera, et cetera. So I hate being in this position. People that know me know I'm not a fence sitter, but I'm needing more information really about the relevance of this site. And if we can't go in there in more than a professional and a minimal disturbance, I have not been able to decide whether I would support this application. So I really need to have big ears in the rest of this hearing to kind of come to a direction for myself.
Thanks, Jack. Let me ask a question, if you would. Suzanne, we did a lot of work on historic preservation, and we have a historic preservation guidebook. Did that contemplate this kind of historic preservation?
I don't believe it does. I would have to look more directly at those guidelines, but I think they were really much more directed at the type of historic structures that we're most used to dealing with. Lance is somewhere back there. I don't think, do you have any recollection? Not our code, but the actual guidelines. I don't think so, would be my off the top of my head response.
Do you think that was an oversight, or was that purposeful?
I guess I would say oversight mostly from the perspective of we were really intent upon addressing the historic resources, the types of structures we are usually seeing. We do have a provision in the code that addresses archaeological resources, but I think at the time those guidelines were being created, it wasn't an issue that I think we've really dealt with in the past. So I would say more oversight as opposed to not wanting to or to deal with it. But I think the consultant who was doing that is a historic preservationist. Again, even Susanna Reed has said this is out beyond her area of expertise. I'm guessing outside of the area of expertise of the people we worked with on those guidelines. We haven't really dealt with archaeologists on projects before.
Yeah. I mean, it could be just sort of an ethnocentric kind of oversight where you want to preserve settlers' artifacts, but you really don't care too much about First Nation people or the old ones, as they say. So I just don't know why we don't address it more strongly. And that, I think, is what leaves Jack perplexed in terms of how to deal with this.
I mean, I guess my sense is it really has to do with the visibility of the resource. I mean, those historic resources we generally deal with, we're trying to save something that exists that, whether it's truly visible from the public or not, but it's, there's a structure that we're trying to preserve. In this case, it's a lot more difficult to really see something and then understand what that means, the story it may tell. And it's hard to find. It's harder to find these. It's easy to see a structure on the landscape.
The site visit would say that it's easy to find these, and there are a lot of them.
Well, right. If you're walking
Lance,
in the right places.
Yeah, Lance, did you have
the only thing
I
would say in response? It's not ignored, so it's not completely an ethnocentric kind of thing. Under recognition of historic resources and under the Pitkin County Historic Inventory, it says criteria for inclusion on the inventory, and it talks about the following historic context, one of being prehistoric occupations. So it's mentioned.
And when they say occupation, they don't mean the building of arrowheads. They mean what?
Living there.
Human habitation.
Campgrounds?
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. So we don't have much definition of what we're dealing with, and that is the problem, I think, for all the commissioners. Rachel, did you have a comment?
Sure. I'm going to listen to the public comment here and see if there's anything new that really comes to light. I have to say this application really pains me. I wish there was something more that we could do, but I really don't find the TDR program to be the appropriate vehicle for any sort of preservation. I don't know if the site was purchased with the intention of coming for this sort of request with the county, but the whole program as we're seeing it presented to us really doesn't take into account, in my mind, the enhanced property values of the immediate neighbors and the rest of the neighbors should we remove the development from it. It seems that that would be kind of a side windfall that we're kind of not accounting for in the request for 2 TDRs. I do think the integrity of the TDR program is incredibly important, and as my fellow colleagues know, I've been a little concerned that even as we went into the historic preservation set of potential incentives, the TDRs became part of that, whereas I really saw them as rural and remote and constrained site to begin with. I do think that there are potential protections in the code when an application comes forward, when it says that a development shall enhance the meaning of the site. Enhancing that can very well be that surveying, documentation, and display in a museum or suitable body. I think that that could be something that is required by a future developer of this site. It might not be on the site, but it is one of the listed methods by the consultant to say this is the sequence of how to protect, preserve, or enhance the site. As others have mentioned, this is really, and more at the last meeting, this is a private road. This is, I have a hard time thinking of what the public benefit will be, other than, as you say, knowing it's there. But there would be no ability to go and walk and look or see or have displays about it. And I understand that. That's to prevent the vandalism and things like that. But I don't see the public enjoyment and the public benefit unless it was, again, documented, recorded, investigated, analyzed, and then displayed somehow, somewhere. And I guess the biggest pause is, my search as for, reading from the consultant of Metcalf Archaeological Consultants, not my words, my search of this database revealed that there have been a total of 96 prehistoric sites recorded in Pitkin County. Of those, 18 have been recommended eligible for the National Register with concurrence from the state. And, for me to think, well, what if there were 18 sites known today that all wanted 2 TDRs? What if there were 50 sites? What if they were going on and on? How do you rank? Is this a really important site, a medium important site, a small site? I was just down at Mesa Verde in the past month, and in that zone they have over 1,800 sites, separate from the larger structures that we all think about. And I just don't think that I'm prepared to make policy through one decision on one land use application. I believe that is what we would be doing. And so this is not easy for me. I'm keenly interested in these sort of topics and prehistoric peoples and the first natives, as it were. But I also don't think that our code is set up to deal with this. I don't think that the TDR program is the appropriate vehicle for the preservation of this. I don't think we've accounted for things such as, again, the increased property values of the Anthony's Brown parcel by having a 5750 structure immediately across the road effectively eliminated by this action. And I think that there's tremendous benefits to them as property owners that they're not quite putting on the table in some sense. If this was a further look by our Open Space and Trails Board to consider whether this is worth purchasing to put the pieces of the puzzle back together, as it were, before this land was subdivided with state 35-acre subdivision, I'd be happy to take a look at that. But I just have been grasping to find an appropriate way to fit this into our programs, and I just don't see it.
I'm just going to, Mitch, do you want to,
Yeah, briefly, if I could.
Sure.
Yeah, I also struggled for a while with, given that the concentration of artifacts are found in a drainage, are they original to this site? Did they come from above? Personally, for me, I came to the conclusion that it really doesn't matter. They're here, and therefore this is an archaeological resource area. And that's the way it is, that's the way it's defined under the county land use code. They're here, therefore it's an archaeological resource area. I feel like this entire review has spun the wrong direction because we volunteered to have it also put on the county historic inventory. If we want to drop that, we can, and say, forget about the county inventory. We don't need to do that. The point is, it's an archaeological resource area, and under your code, it's therefore constrained. It's extremely difficult to develop. It meets all the standards for a constrained site because of that. I want to refocus this whole thing on the constrained site application, not on the, does it belong on the county historic register, and if so, do they deserve 2 TDRs in exchange for that? No, it's constrained, just like the other 3 parcels in the same subdivision have been deemed. It's constrained because it's an archaeological resource, just like the other 3 in this. And equitable mitigation for sterilizing the property from development due to that constraint is 2 TDRs, just like was given to the other 3 parcels in this subdivision. We added the benefit of, you could also put it on the county historic register. And we've also added the benefit of, to ensure that it stays protected, we could put a conservation easement over it with the county open space and trails. But the crux of this application is the presence of the archaeological resource area under your county land use code and the standards for development there deem it constrained. And therefore, equitable mitigation is called for.
Thanks, Mitch. I'm just going to read George Newman, Commissioner who's not present today, wrote a statement, and he wanted it to be read out loud at this hearing, so I'm going to do so now. As I am in Washington, D.C. on county business and unable to attend today's meeting to vote on the Anthony Brown request for constrained site TDRs, I would like to make my comments for my fellow board members to consider and enter into the public record. Section 36, where the property lies, directly opposite the owner's residence, is in a very rural and remote area of the county. Other landowners in the subdivision, which was created by state statute allowing 35-acre zoning, not by the county, have been granted 2 TDRs for constrained sites and wildlife concerns in the past. Frankly, I believe the county was too generous and should have only given 1 TDR for those properties. There's always a balance, as we've learned that preserving land in one area of the county means additional development and impacts in another area of the county, which may be rural in nature as well. Staff does not consider this property to be a constrained site. However, having visited the site, I concur, as I believe there are other places on site that could define a building envelope site for a home that would be compatible with the neighborhood. In this particular case, there is an added argument for 2 TDRs due to the archaeological finds on the property, which include a variety of small work pieces of rock for tool and weapon use, in parentheses, arrowheads. I commend the applicants for recognizing the importance of these artifacts and wanting to preserve them, but also recognize that they would be negatively impacted of having another home site directly opposite of their residence, impinging on their privacy in a very rural area where people choose to live for that exact reason. However, I believe if we can limit further development in Section 36 because of its remoteness, we should work with property owners to accomplish this. The question in my mind is, how many TDRs are appropriate? By owning this second lot, the owners control what is done with it. Conserving the land by extinguishing the building rights not only benefits the public, but also serves to enhance the value of their adjacent property. Continuing to own the lot once the building rights are extinguished increases their private use and enjoyment of both properties. For this reason, I believe 2 TDRs is too much compensation, largely because of the remote location of this property. It is my recommendation to extinguish any building rights on the property in exchange for 1 TDR. Along with that, to recognize the archaeological finds and donate those finds to the Aspen Historical Society so others can learn about a part of our earliest history and the people who moved through the land. According to the code, I don't believe this is a constrained site, but this would provide the opportunity to protect this property from further development as the applicants wish, and preserve the archaeological finds for all to view and interpret in a repository suited for that purpose. So those are George's comments. Lindy, did you get that? Okay. I'll give it to you. Yes, Rachel.
Michael, I'd like to ask a question, and I think it's probably for Mitch as much as anyone else. I think George as often has put together some meaningful thoughts on the issue. If the board was moving in the direction of finding this a constrained site and therefore granting 1 TDR, is it something that you would just withdraw the application rather than have that finding and only receive 1 TDR?
Frankly, I haven't had the discussion with my clients yet. I'm not in a position to answer that at the moment. If David or Jody want to answer it on the spot.
Did you identify your person?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm David Brown, one of the owners of the property. So anyway, I wanted to answer a few questions, and I'm having trouble remembering everything. But to answer one of Jack's questions about, the relationship.
David, let me interrupt you, and just if you would please, at this time, I'll let you.
Just this question.
At this time, could you just answer Rachel's question? Although you don't have to.
Okay. Well, I can do that. And you can
consult with your land planner at a later date. But if you feel like answering it, go ahead.
Okay. I don't believe that we would be willing to accept a single TDR for this, and the reason is, first off, Mitch has outlined the reasons. The other 3 lots that all receive 2, but maybe even a greater reason is we need to recoup the money that we've spent. We tried to buy the property just to because it was going to be imminently sold and developed. It was already staked out. There were already house corners staked on the property when we bought it, and they were right in the middle of this because that is the building envelope. And so we feel that we bought it, in the nick of time to stop this development, and we made an assumption that we could do something about it and we would have some time to figure out what to do. But there is another lot in Section 36 listed today, has been on the market for a month or 2, and it's the asking price is around $850,000. So of course that would appeal to us too to list it, but that's not our preference. We would just like to get most of what we have invested to be able to recuperate that if possible. Sure, it's attractive to look at that and see the potential of making a couple $100,000, but that's not why we bought it initially. So anyway, that's my answer to the question. We would not be the sale of 1 TDR would not make us whole or by any means on this.
Okay, thank you, David, for that very frank answer.
Further on that point, understanding and respecting where George is coming from on his letter, if we could get one TDR that would have the same market value as the ones that were issued previously to those other property owners when they got two, then maybe that would make sense. The other ones, when they were issued, were valued on a market value of anywhere from $200,000 to $280,000 per TDR, and when they each got two of them. Today's market value for a TDR is about $130,000. So it's a significant difference in value of one versus two. They got two that were worth close to double what one is worth today. So in essence, the two are worth close to 4 times what the one would be worth today.
So let me just give some of my thoughts on it. I mean, having a description of the site during our first hearing, really, it was interesting, and the archaeologist is precise in her language, but she lacks sort of the vitality of the site. And I personally had never been on a site that was essentially covered with artifacts. And I found it thrilling. And I found it thrilling because it intimated an existence in Pickton County that none of us can really imagine. An existence under the stars, an existence dependent on wildlife, an existence that's uncertain, and an industrious existence. The number of artifacts on the site was not one, and it wasn't two, and it wasn't three. It was more like 100, 200, 300, 400 in a small area, exposed and without any kind of vegetation on it, implying that there's possibly more throughout the site, but just an implication. So that was my personal reaction to the site, and we're challenged with having never been on a site like that before. What do you do with it? And for the most part, it turns out that it's too valuable to preserve. We don't want to take responsibility for it. The state doesn't want us to take responsibility for it. The federal government doesn't want to take responsibility for it. So what do? And that's really our burden. The applicant has approached us and said, we have this site. We'd like to preserve it. We need some compensation for preserving it, because we don't think, and Mitch has stated, that it's suitable for development in any shape or form, any more than putting something in an elk migration path. So that's the dilemma before us, and I don't think that we've tried hard enough to find a solution to that dilemma, to find a way of preserving something that's too valuable to preserve. None of us want to take responsibility for it. I mean, the deficiency, it seems to me, in the applicant's proposal is that they'd like somebody else to take responsibility for it. Maybe Open Space and Trails is the good person to do it, I'm not sure. But we don't want to really deal with it, because how do we preserve it? What would we do? The exchange of the two TDRs doesn't really do anything for the site, except maybe remove some development. But what does it do for the site? Not much. The Aspen Historical Society hasn't said they do anything. The State Historical Society thinks it's a great idea, but they haven't come forward to do anything. So what do? And this is not a challenge, although there are citations for sites throughout the county. This is not a challenge that comes up more than never. I mean, I have never heard this dilemma come before us. I don't think there's, if there were discovery of further sites and requests for further TDRs, that'd be fine with me. If we preserve some trace of people who were here living off the land in a way that is hard for us to imagine. We talk about people agriculturalists living off the land, but we really don't talk about people gathering seeds and chasing game. We just can't imagine that. So from my feeling, my point of view, it's our responsibility to do something about it. It'd be nice to wash our hands of it, but I just don't feel comfortable washing my hands. So we really need more work on this. I would suggest, plus we only have 3 commissioners. This is too important of an issue to deal with only 3 commissioners. And I would like to have all 5 of us here. It's going to be, I think, precedent setting, because this is the first time this kind of request has come in front of us. Suzanne, can you remember a request for archaeological sites previous? Lance, can you? So, and
I'll tell you, when David called me, I said, archaeological site. I've never dealt with one of these, and I don't think anyone in the county has. It's not going to be easy. I tried to find more constraints to go after you.
It's an awareness thing, and I think we should, as much as the applicants probably don't want it, I think we should table this and have more discussion, more thought about what's the responsibility of the applicants, what's the responsibility of open space and trails, who else can partner in this, and to come to a solution that preserves this forever, essentially. I just don't think we can wash our hands of it. So, Rachel?
Yeah, I know we need to get back to the rest of the public hearing in case there's additional comments or thoughts. And I share your enthusiasm, Michael, very much so. But again, that's part of what causes me pain in this consideration. I did suggest at the first meeting that we request some members of the Open Space and Trails come on the site visit. Apparently that conflicted with one of their meeting dates, and to take a look at it. And I did suggest in the first meeting that I would consider a combination of some sort of purchase and a TDR. It seems that once the development value has been removed from the land, it may be more appropriate for an outright purchase than just a conservation easement, if we're still trying to get up to that recouping of investment type of cost, if that's the goal, and the goal is not to expand one existing home site and double its size through TDRs. So more time to work it out is something I certainly could support going forward. The challenge still remains under the current proposal in front of us that there is no preservation plan. And what is that going to be? This is open-ended enough that it seems like we could issue the TDRs and all the arrowheads could be collected off the site and sold. I mean, there's nothing even written in there that says that how would they be documented that they haven't slowly migrated further away from the site or over the next 20 years. I don't know. We don't have that. We have zero in terms of a preservation plan or an action plan. And whether it's been the Middle Ranch or properties throughout the county, there's been both a plan for public enjoyment, public education, and also a plan for what is the restoration and preservation values. And so I just can't take it on blind faith that if we issue 2 TDRs, it would all be good. But I have been open to alternatives. But as it's coming back to us, there's just not enough meat on the bone to feel that I can move forward at this time.
Rachel, let me ask you: Would you be interested in continuing it so we could develop that?
Yes, I can do that.
Jack, would you be interested in continuing it?
Yes, I would go along with the board, but to me, we ought to face the real issue is, under the code, is this a constrained site? And if so, what constrains it, and to what extent? And I think to what extent is what Rachel is talking about no preservation plan. I'm taken aback by your comments, Michael. It could be there was 100, 200, 300 artifacts on the site. Admittedly, I did not stay the whole thing. I had a doctor's appointment. But I didn't see, the site just didn't appear to be significant to me. the artifact is significant in what it represents archaeologically, but what is the site? I just still haven't got my hands around the fact that we saw, while we were there, we saw 15 arrowheads. Is that worth, and that's my impression, is that worth what is being asked on the other side, either additional square footage in the form of a TDR or a development right in the form of a TDR, or both, according to how they're used? Does the site really have that much meaning where we're going to accomplish a public benefit? And I will admit, since we enacted our historic regulations, etc., and now we've used them for maybe about 3 years, it feels like, I've had reservations about what we are doing with all of that because of the public's lack of access to these historic sites, and therefore the interface between, well, golly, we have this great historic site, but all I can do is wave at it when I go by it. There's no access. So, I'm having reservations about our whole program, about the yin and the yang. Great, we preserve a site, a building, or whatever, but then we have to have development on the other side, and I can't separate myself from that question, because at the end of the day, what we're here to do is determine if the site is constrained, and what is the, if it is, what is the equitable mitigation, and here requested 2 TDRs. This is feeling more and more like a value of dollars, not archaeology for me. And I, if I saw 100, 200 artifacts, I might have this gut feeling, this excitement that you're talking about that I did not, Michael.
Right. Yes, Richard.
Well, I think you're able to understand how difficult everyone's finding this, but a remedy for constrained sites is not just TDRs. One of the other remedies is to say it needs to be a much smaller home and it's not eligible for 5750. And so by requesting a constrained site finding, I think you can separate those from the potential. I mean, I'm just trying to think of, is it Snowmass Creek, where they have a very constrained site heading up to Shieldo, and their net result has been working down to a home that's maybe 2,200 or less square feet. And so I don't know that you're asking us for a constrained site decision. I'm not sure that that's also getting where you really need to go. I'm not sure the two have to be married with the remedy to the constrained site.
So it is a public hearing, and I think it is. Am I right? Yes. So at this point, we'll take public comment. And are there members of the public who wish to comment on this at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, hi. I'm Suzanne Foster. And I live at 219 South 3rd Street. And I just had a question. How much square feet is a TDR in the county? 2,500, okay. And I just wanted to suggest that the open space that this might be something that would be purchased through the open space program, and then they could do what they wanted to do with it. If it's a site that is only, what you're asking for is to just have it be minimally disturbed, the real value might lie what's underneath. And if you can't get to what's underneath, I think that you might be losing a lot of the value of the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of this hearing. And I mean, my desire, and there are something lacking in this. There's something lacking, and I think, quite frankly, it's up to the applicant to fill in something here, and they don't have to do it now. But what I'd like to do is to have a motion to continue, to have further consideration, and to come up with a solution that's not just a constrained site, but sets a course for archaeological preservation and archaeological resources in the county that we can all live with and be proud of. And that's really the challenge today, although it's a particular application. The real challenge is, what do we do? And I think we can do it. I think it's just a challenge, and we'll work on it. So is there a motion to continue?
I'd make that motion, but I kind of need to hear from the applicants if they want a continuation and to look at date certain for a continuation.
I can't disagree that there are holes and gaps that can be better addressed. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to be done before today. We're first able to begin a discussion with Dale this morning. And even that was quick, as he was preparing to come here. My only request would be, I think it's worth continuing. I understand the struggling everyone's doing right now in trying to put all the pieces together and make it all make sense. My only request would be that we go for as short a period as we can for two reasons. One, if we're still not ready, we could always push it further out. But two, I know my clients are really struggling with a timing issue going on with the financing of the property. So, and needing to know what's going to be. So my preference would be to continue it to the next commissioner's hearing, and if we find we're unable to get our act together in time, then we'll have to push it further out. But if we set it beyond that and we're ready, then there's no recourse to get in here sooner.
Okay.
So, Lindy, do you know what the...
July 11th.
July 11th.
I would make a motion to continue the Anthony's Brown constrained site TDR/designation to historic register and historic incentives until July 11th.
I'll second that. So, yes, Jack?
Yeah, I was going to second that. I'm certainly amiable to doing this, but I'd like to attempt to have clear direction about what we're doing here. You know, you've talked around a certain concept. I mean, most, you know, we've got to, as commissioners, make a decision about a constrained site and the mediation, whatever. But what are you asking about the archaeology relative to this site and our code? You know, where are we headed here? Are we going to maybe rewrite some code section? There's no time for that here, etc. So we need to articulate what we're headed.
From my point of view, it's an issue that Rachel raised, which is it's fine to exchange the TDRs, it's fine to sterilize the property from development, but where does that leave the archaeological resource? Does it protect it? Does it preserve it? Does it give it some life in terms of interpretation? What do we do with these resources? And I think with the applicant's imagination, they have to come and tell us what's going to happen. And they do that by looking at other methods, other counties, other jurisdictions, and how they do it, or other national policies. They get it by having open space visit the site, get their input. That's a very capable board. And by finding all the resources they can and coming back to us. Because the exchange of TDRs for sterilization doesn't cut it for me either. But the loss of this archaeological resource would pain me deeply. I don't want to be responsible for that loss. So what do we do? And the applicant, having brought it forward, bears that responsibility. Yes, Jack?
Yeah, I'm certainly amiable in respecting the commissioner who wants to continue. So that request I'm amiable to agreeing with. I guess what we're asking is of the applicant, is we're handing them the ball to come back with us to show us that this is more than a real estate preservation effort, but in fact, what are they going to do about the archaeology? That's good. Okay. I wanted to clarify that. Thank
Yes,
you.
Suzanne.
I will be out of town on July 11th, and if you want new material in your packet for that meeting, I would have to have a memo done by next Tuesday morning because of the holiday next week. So, a few issues, I guess, there. In terms of what information you're looking for, and if you're looking for it ahead of time and/or at the meeting, and what staff involvement you want.
Yes, please.
You know, I'm just wondering if, again, because of the time constraints that the applicants have put forward, if Lance might be able to fill in for you if anything new
He
comes up.
can certainly fill in at the meeting. Again, the issue of the packet preparation pretty much means we would have to have new information by Monday for us to turn something around.
Well, I was
for you.
just thinking if there was any new staff interpretations required or evaluations of proposals from the applicant, we can have Lance. And it seems that in some level, more of this conversation is with potentially open space and trails. And as Michael has said, to the owners of the property to say, well, what is the real preservation plan? And you know, what are you willing to put on the table to preserve this? It's, you know, to me, the two TDRs plus will retain the site, plus will not really do anything and hope nobody walks on it and takes anything in the dark of night, or that our heirs and the signs don't remove the chips. It's just not enough. It's just nothing there. So I think we should still do it for the 11th, unless, you know, because what you've heard, Mitch, you'd like to make it the 27th, because Suzanne won't be here.
My
Hand
preference
them the
is
ball.
leave the 11th, and if we can't do it, we'll push it to 27th then.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
And then I'll just celebrate my birthday with you guys.
I think it's actually the 25th, I think, is the next meeting.
Okay. So we have a motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We've had some discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
So it's continued till July 11th. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Michael, can I request that we take our afternoon break before we go into this next Pride of Aspen subdivision?
You can request that, and I think it'd be a good idea.
Great.
So we're going to take, what is our typical break, 15 minutes? It's about 5 past, so at 20
10 minutes.
past.
And let's make it 15.
Yeah.
The Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. We just took a small break, and it's June 27th. It's about 3:30, and our next item is titled Pride of Aspen Subdivision. Suzanne, are you going to present this to us?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay. I have a series of maps and photos for you, but just I'll start here just to orient you. You're looking at right here the ridge of Shadow Mountain. So West Hopkins here, 7th Street as it wraps around around Shadow Mountain, the shadow of Shadow Mountain, I guess. So the Pride of Aspen, we've referred to this as the Pride of Aspen, but there are actually multiple mining claims that are included in the subject, that the application in front of you. This property extends from the end of 4th Street and comes up Shadow Mountain. The property also drops all the way down here, all the way down to Castle Creek on the backside of Shadow Mountain. And then this piece that's labeled as the homestake is also included in this property and drops down to the end, here being the corner of Hopkins and 7th, existing residents on this property. This was formerly all the Grominger property. The homestake load is currently owned by Westchester Investments, and the Pride of Aspen, again what I refer to as the Pride of Aspen, this property is owned by the Pride LLC, which is basically the Hans's widow and family own that property, Hans Grominger. So that is the general gets you located on the property. The request in front of you is to subdivide the property into 3 lots. When I mentioned Tract A would be the homestake load, and as I mentioned, this is owned by Westchester Investments. It's the county's position that all of these properties are merged. When this homestake load was sold to Westchester Investments in 2000, it did not go through a county subdivision review. It's a not quite 10-acre parcel, so it's not exempt under, say, the state exemption for 35-plus acre parcels. It's our position it should have gone through county subdivision review, and it did not. So it was deeded out, but essentially we consider it illegally subdivided. So one piece of this application is to legalize the subdivision and creation of that separate lot. The applicant is also proposing Tract B, which would be an open space parcel to be dedicated to Pitkin County, and that would include all of this property all the way down to basically this lower end of the Pride of Aspen. And the third parcel that's proposed would have 1 single-family residence, so this would be a 1.64 acre parcel down in here, with the residence located down at the very bottom of the property, right here, with access off of 4th Street. So the application includes a number of requests. We've talked subdivision PUD conceptual submission to create 2 developable lots, Tracts A and C, rezoning with a PUD overlay, special review and growth management exemption for a new dwelling unit on Tract C using up to 3 TDRs. Oh, I forgot about this. I guess I should be thinking about that. Using up to 3 TDRs or 7,500 square feet of floor area to establish an activity envelope on Tract C. Request for subdivision exemption to create the open space parcel to be dedicated to the county. And growth management exemption for replacement on Tract A, which essentially at this point, Tract A again being the homestake, the existing fathering parcel development right, given that there is a developed residence on this property, the fathering parcel right lives at this point with that residence, and that would have a development right once it was carved off. So a new development right would be established for this parcel via use of TDRs. The Planning Commission did consider the application on May 1st, recommended denial by a vote of 5-0, which was consistent with staff's recommendation. And I'll walk through some of the issues we discussed, but first let me just quickly go through some of the other maps, and then I've got some photos to show you. This just gets you a little bit closer in on that, the envelope. So again, here's 4th Street. This is the Little Ajax multifamily development, if you're familiar with that on Hopkins, fairly contemporary development. There's a small bench. This is the Midland Trail, and if you're familiar, this is the Little Cloud Trail cutting up. The Midland Trail runs here, and there's basically, if you look up at these mine dump area, there's a very small bench down in here that runs from behind the Little Ajax property and includes their open space and over to the bottom of this area. So there's a small flat area at the bottom of the property. If you're on the Midland Trail, there's a change in grade of about, maybe 15 feet up? Maybe not even, from the level of the trail up to this bench where the envelope is proposed. And again, access would come in from 4th Street. 4th Street at this point is unimproved. There is a driveway to this property. There is, again, the Little Cloud Trail takes off right here, and the Midland Trail is coming across. Access would come across this slope sorry, where am I? And over to the site. So that just gives you a little bit closer view of that. And just for more background, this shows you the zoning in that area. As you can see, we've got a number of different zone districts. The property, the entire property has 4 different zones on it: R15, AR10, Rural Remote, and TR1. Where they're proposing to subdivide Tract C coincides with the line of the zoning here, which is what is prescribed by the code. So this lot would be created in the R15 zone district and would be conforming in size in the R15 zone. The homestake has R15 zoning and AR10 zoning. It's slightly under what was deeded out, is slightly under 10 acres, so it is not currently conforming with the AR10 zone district, which under the application is why we looked at a potential of a PUD rezoning to vary lot size. There's Rural Remote dropping over to Castle Creek, an area down here of AR10, and then a piece of TR1. So sort of a complicated map in terms of the zoning on the property. And then I'll just go run through a couple of photos just to orient you. So here we're looking basically from Hopkins here, Little Cloud Trail taking off. You can see the mine dump areas back in here. The Midland, sorry, I keep losing my little red line. The Midland Trail is going right basically behind these aspen trees, and the little sort of the bench where the activity envelope would be is over in that area. Now we're standing on the bench looking up at the tailings, or I was corrected by Francis at the last meeting that it's a mine dump and not necessarily tailings, but that's the area we're looking at. This is giving a bigger view of that as you're seeing all the way up to the top of Shadow Mountain, sort of the rocky point we're all familiar with. There's that pile we're looking at and the bench. This is on the envelope looking over towards the Little Ajax development. Envelope looking the other way, looking east, towards where the driveway would come in. So essentially, in here, it's very hard to see with the lights and the darkness in the photo, but this is dropping steeply down to the Midland Trail. A driveway would be coming across through that area. And last photo, this is actually standing on top of that mine dump and looking down. So again, you can see, here's the Midland Trail. Here's the bench we've talked about. And it's a little deceiving from here. Somewhere in here is the property line where you actually get into the Little Ajax open space. So a portion of that flat bench is not on this property. They have a more limited site over in here. So that gives you sort of the perspective of the property. And like I said, I'm just going to walk through some of the issues that came up through the P&Z review. And since then, and I won't go through the entire staff memo that went to the Planning Commission, but all of that's in your packet. When the application was originally submitted, or as part of the application being submitted, Westchester Investments had consented to the processing of this application. Subsequent to the Planning Commission meeting, Westchester sent a letter rescinding their consent to the application. Given the timing on that, and this was moving forward and had been noticed, we thought it was appropriate to continue forward, bring the application forward to you. Also, I guess, given the recommendation of denial, but we need to put that out as an issue to be considered on the table for you, is if their consent has been removed and if this application should be reviewed at this time or not. That's an issue that needs to be addressed. But I figured I would walk through the various issues that are part of the application at this point and then leave you to your discussion, if that's appropriate.
Board, let me ask our attorney. John, do you think it's proper to go ahead and hear this, even though there's been a withdrawal of support?
The application, I guess, was originally supported by the owner of the associated mining claim that has had its development rights merged. That consent was withdrawn. To me, however, I think it's appropriate to go ahead with the request simply because I don't think it's advisable to deed in a situation where one private party is or potentially thwarted from utilizing their property by the actions of another private party. My recollection is we've been in this situation before. If the board, for example, were to grant this request for subdivision, the only plat that would be generated and the only plat that would be signed off on by the owner would be a plat that would affect the applicant's property. It would, by default, create another legal parcel simply because it's surrounded by other legally created parcels. But to not let this go forward based upon an absence of consent of an adjoining property owner that has seen its development rights merge, with that property, I think would just be to allow one private property owner to hold up the ambitions of another. I don't think that would be defensible, to be honest with you.
Board, do you have questions for John? Yes, Dad?
Yeah, I have a question for John Ely. I'm not sure, and I understand your explanation, Michael's question. But my question, I'm not sure if it is specific to this application or a general one, general question, and you could give us your advice at a later date. How can we allow an illegal subdivision of property, and how does that affect anything that down the road? I mean, we've got, doesn't even comply with zoning, not 10 acres, and it's an illegal subdivision of property. Is there action that that our county should take? Maybe not part of this application, but in the future? And you can give us your advice at a later date too.
Okay.
This is
I can map out perhaps
this is a little tough one here for me.
I guess the short answer is yes, there are other alternatives, but typically what we've done was we've dealt with the property in a development context, which is where this is. So, but there are other alternatives, and I think, to my knowledge, anyway, we've only gone in that direction maybe once since I've been in the county or working for the county. But we can talk about that later in depth if you'd like.
It's very clear that this might be a future discussion and not relevant to this.
Okay.
So thank you. I appreciate that.
Rachel?
Yeah, I guess it's another question for John, but in following along the same lines, if Pitkin County does not recognize that a subdivision has occurred, that would mean that whoever are the owners of record of all three of those parcels, was it deeded to them illegally or legally or not, don't they all three then have to agree for an application to even be coming forward to us?
Well, that was to Michael's point.
Yeah.
And, one portion of this developmentally merged conglomeration of properties is already improved. And as I said before, if we required the consent of all the affected property owners before reviewing a request like this one, it would allow one property owner to hold up the request of another property owner and, in effect, potentially hold that property owner hostage.
But if we consider
reason.
them to be merged, isn't there really just only one property?
They're merged for purposes of development rights, but they're not merged for purposes of actual titled ownership to the real estate. So what is before us is the property that's owned by the name of this applicant, I forget, the Pride of Aspen, LLC, which, as Suzanne outlined, is that part of this merged conglomeration that is under one single ownership.
Yeah. I guess I'm really having a hard time understanding that difference between, if we consider them to be a merged parcel, I understand that any parcel could have 10 different owners, but it's only one parcel in the eyes of Pickens County, no matter how many owners there are or aren't.
One parcel for development purposes, not necessarily for ownership purposes.
Okay. I guess this is really jumping ahead, but maybe by way of an example, you can help me understand this better. I look at this very convoluted set of mining claims, often on slopes that are unimaginable to even consider developing. And, I knew Hans back in the day and his parcel. To the extent there might be additional development rights at all to be considered, it would seem appropriate to me that they be on West Hopkins and they be down low on Grominger's existing parcel, and that they be clustered in some sort of way, again, if there are additional rights at all. But if you're saying that the property pieces are owned by different people, that could not be the case then?
It would not necessarily be the case. It could potentially be if all of the owners were operating or working in concert with one another, but that's not the case here. So essentially, the aspect of this property, which is the homestake load, is simply not before the county, at least not at this time. So whatever actions we take in regard to this application is in regards to the Pride of Aspen load.
Okay, but again, if we see them as one parcel, how do we separate those? Shouldn't these owners fight it out in court about their rights, before?
That's certainly a possibility.
Before coming to us? Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's totally clear. So,
I know, and as I'm talking, I'm trying to think of how can I phrase this differently, and I'm sorry I couldn't come up with anything.
no, it's difficult. We've had some of those challenges, logic challenges today, previously. Suzanne, do you want to continue?
Sure. Okay, so to the issues related to the application, I'll just walk through the memo, but one is basically the issue of subdivision versus subdivision exemption, and it's essentially a different interpretation on the code in terms of how staff has approached the application and how the applicant has approached it. And kind of the short version of that is that the applicant is basically asserting that this 3-lot subdivision can be created via the subdivision exemption to create parcels for open space that's provided in the code. Staff argued and the Planning Commission agreed that this provision could be utilized to separate Tract A, the homestake load, and Tract B, an open space parcel, but that it wouldn't allow for the creation of a new developable lot, which is Tract B down here, or Tract C, sorry, I'm going to get these all wrong. But so the applicant's argument is that they're utilizing that subdivision exemption available under the code to create this, to separate this as legalize this as a lot, create a new lot here, and also create this open space parcel. And again, staff and the Planning Commission have disagreed with that position. Regarding the creation of the open space parcel of Tract B, I do. No, he's still in the back, so he'll be available to address you too. But I think he stated it fairly well in his comments, as well as to the P&Z, that clearly Shadow Mountain has been identified over time as a valuable piece to open space in our community, and an area that has various trail connections associated with it, as well as obviously the visual impact of anything on Shadow Mountain. So it's clearly an area that we have looked to preserve. But he was concerned about, whereas there are public benefits associated with open space, the creation of a new residence in this location does create problems for existing open space. The trail connections in this area, the Midland Trail, the Little Cloud access, as well as open space parcels in this vicinity. There are other open space properties nearby there. So he basically did support staff's recommendation of denial, even given that there's a valuable piece of open space associated with this application. He felt that by also creating a development property at the end of 4th Street there, that was, I guess, negating the value of the open space piece, and felt that that was a concern. This is within the Aspen Area Community Plan. The City of Aspen Community Development Department also expressed concerns with the development, with this development area, given statements from the Aspen Area Community Plan. Some of those were impacts, again, on the Midland Trail, as well as the Little Cloud Trail, impacts on surrounding open space parcels, concern about development on steep slopes, which we'll talk more about, and they mentioned encroachment of buildings into Aspen's rural landscape and the buffer between the city and county. So the city did not support the application. The Tract C, there is an activity envelope that is proposed. So again, right down here. So it's on the very lower portion of the property, proximate to existing development within the city. But there are issues associated with that. Whereas the activity envelope itself is comprised of slopes of less than 30%. Primarily, the access is an issue. The access, the driveway that crosses from 4th Street to get to the site encroaches on slopes in excess of 30% and 45%. While the code permits an encroachment of 100 linear feet along the center line on slopes of 30 to 45%, if there's no alternative alignment on slopes of less than 30%, but this encroaches on more than that. Essentially, it does not comply with that exception in the code. So basically, the code would prohibit the driveway that has been proposed. It does not comply with the code. There are some potential geologic hazards on the property. The property was evaluated by Art Mears for avalanche and rockfall hazards. And Mr. Mears found that there is some risk of rockfall hazard on the site. He found that it could be mitigated easily with a rockfall energy dissipating fence, similar to the one that's used above the Little Cloud subdivision to the east. There's also a fence, a mitigation fence above the little Ajax development right over here. And actually, in one of those photos that shows up, I could point that out. But basically, his opinion was that, yes, there is a rockfall hazard. It can be mitigated. And he found that the development area is located in a moderate or blue avalanche hazard area where the code would permit development subject to mitigation. And he felt that the mitigation for rockfall would also mitigate for avalanche, and therefore that the site could be mitigated. Karen Berry with the Colorado Geological Survey reviewed the reports that were provided by the applicant. Her comment was that the reports are preliminary. She felt that there should be additional evaluation and quantitative analysis, documentation, and mapping of the avalanche and rockfall hazards in order for her to properly verify the conclusions of Mr. Mears and Mr. Collins, and suggested that the applicant provide preliminary hazard mitigation plans for her review as part of further in the application. From our perspective, given the information that the applicant has submitted, though Mr. Mears says the rockfall hazard is mitigatable, our code set prohibits development in rockfall areas. It could only be approved through a takings determination. So the code prohibits development in rockfall. It does permit development in a moderate hazard avalanche zone subject to mitigation. At this point, given what Ms. Berry had said, it seems like we would need additional information to verify that this is in a blue zone and not potentially in a red or high hazard avalanche zone. With regard to the special review for the TDR receiver site, as I said, the applicant has proposed 3 TDRs up to 7,500 square feet of floor area. And just a brief sort of response to some of the criteria from the code. Whereas the AACP acknowledges and supports the use of TDRs to increase density in the UGB, but given the comments provided through the city, it appears that the AACP would not support development in this location, given the issues that had been raised. The driveway to the activity envelope does not comply with the code, and again, the rockfall hazard area. Concerns regarding safety of the trails in the area and impacts of the new driveway. And another concern raised under the special review criteria is the issue of compatibility with the surrounding area. We looked at the sizes of various houses in the surrounding area. It appears single-family residences in the immediate vicinity range from approximately 3,500 to 6,500 square feet of heated area. That is a different calculation than floor area, but it's the best comparison we have. Larger homes in the area, Little Cloud and Mary B., the larger homes in that range, so the 6,500 square feet, are on county properties, smaller homes in the adjacent city-zoned areas. So we felt that the proposed 7,500 square foot residence was not compatible with the character of the surrounding area. And neighbors have raised concerns about development on those lower flanks of Shadow Mountain due to scenic impacts. At the P&Z meeting, the applicant did express willingness to consider a smaller floor area on the lot, so just for that to be part of the conversation. And I think Francis can also speak to, he has spoken with Dale Will, with Open Space regarding this property, and maybe he can provide an update on his fairly recent conversation on that. So I guess that's it for my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions you have. Again, we recommended denial, and the Planning Commission supported that recommendation based on the findings provided in the draft resolution.
Board questions for Suzanne? Jack?
Suzanne, would you go back to the map? I'm trying to figure out how this driveway could work. And
it's
access.
Pretty, yeah, it's fairly hard to see.
To the city open space or what?
No, it would be on the property. In your packet, there is a map that shows, let's see if I can get that. How the driveway would be accommodated on this property.
I need one of these sheets.
So here's 4th Street. Here's.
Oh, it can hook around.
Yeah. So it avoids, that property. So it is fully on the Pride of Aspen property, but this is, this whole area is topo where you're getting into those.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah, and it has to go through the non-existent 4th Street extension to make it work.
Right. I mean, 4th Street is not improved at this time. The city did not make any specific comments related to what they might require on the engineering side. Would they require actual full improvement of 4th Street? If this was to happen, we don't really have comments to that at this point.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Jack?
Yeah, another question. My understanding of Section 230.30 and specifically sections Part H and 4 talks about subdivision exemption to create parcels for community or public facilities or open space. Didn't we come up with that section of the code specifically to deal with the creation or separation of potential open space partial from private property to an open space piece? And secondly, we've never created a development right out of it.
No, it's, as you said, that it has been used to separate an open space parcel off of another parcel. We have, it's always been used, the remainder piece, or so essentially the fathering parcel at that point, would retain the development right that is, associated with that property. Then the open space is separated out from that via the subdivision exemption. We've definitely never seen it used to create an additional lot for development purposes out of that, and I think staff and the Planning Commission's reading of that language felt that that was not allowed by that language. So if this was, I mean, I guess, if this was an application, let me go back, simply to separate out the homestake, it would retain the development right, and then the remainder of this was open space, that would be an appropriate use of the subdivision exemption.
And then all of it open space.
Right, all of this would remain open space. That's how we've seen that exemption used in the past. But then they're proposing the additional lot.
Right. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, is that it, Suzanne?
That's it for me.
So Francis, do you want to begin introduce yourself? And
Hi, I'm Francis Prismanich. I'm the land use planner representing the Pride LLC and previously Westchester. Westchester has backed out. You have a letter in your application. As far as the ownership, maybe I can make things a little more. The code requires us, when we apply, for present ownership. To show we're authorized by the owner to represent them in the application that they indeed own the property. Well, without the homestake, I represent 100% of this particular property now. And owner in the code just means any part owner, joint owner, tenant in common, tenant in partnership, joint tenant, or tenant by the entirety with concurrent legal or beneficial title to the whole or to part of a building or land. Whole or part. So, and by other definitions in the city code, I think it's a controlling interest. As far as controlling interest, our property is a lot bigger than the homestake, so I guess we own more of the merged property than the applicant, which would be over 50%, and that works with the city. So that's where I am there, and I do have the notice of affidavit publication, and this was created some time ago. Hans, over a number of years, purchased separate parcels, and he purchased them under his own name, the homestake, Pride of Aspen, and the extra and portions of the Copperopolis, which are the parts not labeled. And there was another one. Is this the pointer thing? He also... Oops. Yeah, let's see, so that's the MS 4610. That was a separate parcel that Grominger had through a separate holding company, the MS 4610 LLC. And that was sold off to the owner of the house that was this parcel here, and that parcel also has a trail easement across it. It's the big house on the side of Shadow Mountain being under construction now. It was the old Hefner property. And the trail then ends at the MS 4610, which I don't know if I've worked for that owner, but I don't know if he's in any interest to give a trail to the county or not. I know that's a desired trail connection. And then, of course, you run into our property, where at the present we have no obligation to give any trails from the top of Shadow Mountain down to Castle Creek. You would gain that trail access to this. Further up Castle Creek, then it becomes public property again. So we're kind of the keystone property, if you will. At the top of the homestake, that's where you see a flag and people standing frequently. So whenever you see those people on top of Shadow Mountain, they're on the homestake and they are trespassing. The Pride of Aspen is the next property over, and that goes clear down to 4th Street. And as to attempt to follow the land use code, the property was split along the zone district boundary, which is the R15 zone district that is within the urban growth boundary. It's not noted as a transitional area or an open space area or a buffer in the city AACP. The county AACP says clearly that this is where development should go, within the urban growth boundary. It's there for you to read it and plan, and I say this because I think the city staff is very much exaggerated what the city AACP says, and I couldn't find any reference to pedestrian and trail conflicts with private driveways. It's a fact of life in the urban environment. That's how it goes. And we would comply with any city requirements to cross a trail, which, as far as I could tell by reading the city requirements, is upgrading a trail base and armoring it so your driveway doesn't destroy it. Secondly, what I did find interesting is one note in Catherine Berg, the former county engineer's comments, was the applicant shall follow city design standards. And I didn't quite get that. I thought that was just, we ought to comply with the city because we're within the urban growth boundary. But then when I looked through the land use code, and I discussed this with Lance and Suzanne last week, actually what the county code says is on properties within the urban growth boundary, the driveway design standards shall follow the city standard, not the county standard. And I've been reviewed under the county standard. The references to grade and length of driveway and width of driveway are all county standards. We can comply with the city standard. And for instance, one of the city standards is the driveway shall not exceed 10 feet in width. The county driveway standard is a minimum of 12. And the staff has suggested we should even have a wider driveway. There's two different standards at work and that are being applied to this property, and clearly the code, if you reference it, says we should be following the city standard. The city doesn't have the same grade and steep slope standards, and I'm confident that we can comply with the city driveway standard. The only other real issue then is rockfall and avalanche. Well, I know from Catherine Berry, I think her name is, the state person. She never did contact me. We had no idea that she was coming up for a site visit, which she undertook in March. And I know for a fact she didn't go up the side of that hill to check rockfall or avalanche on her own. Art Mears and Bruce Collins, you all know, they've probably got more than 100 years of experience between them in this community. And both of them seemed fairly unconcerned. Art Mears really talked about that any rockfall hazard was on the upper portions of the property, primarily above the proposed lot. And if you walk on that hillside and climb it, as I have a number of times, to the top, those rocks are from previous mining activity that have been scaled off the top of the mountain to reach bedrock. At the base of the mountain where Suzanne indicated our proposed home site, you're not going to find any rocks. And if there is any avalanche mitigation undertaken for blue zone avalanche, as ours says, that would easily cover any potential rockfall hazard. You're not going to get a consultant to say that there is zero rockfall anywhere, because the rock can always roll down a hill, whether you're in rockfall zone or not. This isn't mapped rockfall. It's based on some site inspections. And I have no problem doing further soils analysis or rockfall analysis or geologic analysis if necessary. But I think that because we have site plan review and we have activity envelope review, at this point we look for the best activity envelope. The client, originally we were looking at using our existing Little Cloud access, which, by the way, it's a Little Cloud Trail. It's not the Shadow Mountain Trail, I think is what some people were talking about. The Little Cloud goes across our property, the Pride of Aspen. It does that because Hans Grominger did a quitclaim deed to the city of Aspen, to Tucker, to Wolftone, and to Grominger to give a reciprocal easement for the use of that road that goes up to the top of our mine claim. Well, originally my applicants wanted to put their home, they wanted to use the existing driveway, which is the Little Cloud Trail, to get to the top of that, where there's also a flat bench, right about where it says Pride of Aspen, and where Suzanne's pointing now is a nice flat bench. That's more susceptible to rockfall and avalanche, and that's about the edge of the property line is just above that road. That road, by the way, is used frequently as a trail, and it is marked as private property with a city trail sign, which is frequently either taken down or defaced, so that people can trespass, continue to do so. So I don't think that the staff's comments relative to the driveway not meeting county standards, that's true, because here we're supposed to be using the city standard. So I think that was an error on the staff's part. And I also think that the city staff has overstated conflicts related to a driveway crossing the Midland Trail when there are numerous trails. In fact, this trail only goes barely past our property where it hits the employee housing project and then has to take a sharp right and go out onto the street. So the trail basically ends after our property within an employee housing development. So, you know, to say our trail conflicts with our driveway conflicts, if you look at just the density of the surrounding development, I think it's hard to say that we're anything unique. As far as your impressions that subdivision exemption is inappropriate because we might be creating an extra lot somehow, I don't think the code is really determinative in that area. I think you have the leeway, and the beginning of that subdivision exemption says you have the discretion. It doesn't put you in a box. And the next time somebody comes in with an idea that the staff likes, they'll point out that it's your discretion whether it creates one or two parcels or not. The bigger a parcel is, the more opportunity you have for situations that you didn't think about. It's not just necessarily always going to be a case where it's clean and there's a piece of property next to an open space parcel that you might find it desirable to add. This is a very desirable property. It's used by the public. It's not supposed to be, but clearly the public needs it. And even if you read the city's staff, they say it provides critical trail connections, but they don't want it. So I don't understand. I also want to make a couple of other points. Yeah. This is under section in the county code, roads, driveways, and parking. Section 7-30-10C, design and construction standards. It says within the Aspen urban growth boundary, roads and driveways shall be designed and constructed in compliance with those standards and specifications applicable within the city of Aspen. As far as the development issues with rockfall and avalanche, I might note that the Little Cloud Trail is also subject to those same constraints. In fact, within your own code, all non-motorized public trails and steep and potentially unstable slope areas shall be constructed in such a manner as to mitigate the hazard to public health and safety or to property due to steep and potentially unstable slopes. No non-motorized public trail shall be permitted in steep and potentially unstable slope area that would subject occupants and users of the area to hazardous conditions, create or worsen such conditions, et cetera, et cetera. So you have a trail right next to our property that your code says you shouldn't have it if it really is a serious rockfall and have avalanche hazard area. I don't know of anybody actually being hit by a rock there, so I dispute the severity of the designation. And I don't think the trail should be closed, but if you really believe that's a rockfall hazard, you should close the trail because it is going to subject people to those hazards. And I might note that we've never dealt with the disparity of the Aspen Skiing Company, who seems to be exempt from all of these issues. Steep slopes, development, avalanche, rockfall. I don't know how they're exempt if we aren't. Let's see. Yeah, and that's all I have to say is with the Little Cloud easement, I know was granted by Grominger. Perhaps he was looking for a future benefit, but if our access is denied, may be that access doesn't exist across the Pride of Aspen, also for other users, because it's a reciprocal easement that he granted. That's pretty much all I have to say. If there are questions.
Thank you, Francis. Board questions? So, I guess at this time we'll take public comment. So I'll open the public portion. Oh, it's not a public hearing? It's,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think it is.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Indy,
just
you're
kidding, it's
always,
just-
you're always right and I'm always wrong. So, we will take public comment. Yes, ma'am. If someone will give you one.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Foster. I live at 219 South 3rd Street, and I was noticed about this meeting, and I went to the city department and I read the entire application. And it seems to me that you've got the Pride of Aspen and the Homestead as one joint owners of a single property, so that even though the Homestead bought an interest in the property, that interest is the one that got the developable right. So it doesn't make any sense to me that you could split the property and get a second development right. Once the development right took place on the homestake, the rest of it automatically became open space. So to try and dedicate it as open space publicly, I don't understand how that could be. Right now, there's no more development rights on the property, and although it's private land, it is open space. So to dedicate it as open space in return for a benefit that I can't understand how could happen, it doesn't make any sense, because you can't really build anything on there as it is. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment at this time?
I'll make a comment if I may. My name is Craig Navius. I live at 505 West Hopkins, which is just under the area, I guess, that's being considered here. And, my comment is just a couple of things. I mean, this looks like such a big, giant area, yet I stare at that area all day and I fail to see where all of this is going to take place. And besides which, these mine tailings, or whatever we're calling them, I assume they're going to have to be moved for this to take place, and that greatly concerns me and my family and whatever other children are running around there. The other point, and I'm fairly new to the city of the town of Aspen and learning all these things, but I was at the planning and zoning hearing where, the request was overwhelmingly denied. The man from the Parks Department said that even if he's getting something for free, whether it's for free or not, it was no benefit. It wasn't a real benefit to him because of the negatives involved. But if I remember correctly, the Planning and Zoning Commission asked this man if he wanted to come back and answer some of the various questions they had, and I believe his response at that time is that he didn't think there was much point to it because, I'm not sure why he didn't think there was that much point to it. But I do believe that conversation took place, and that's why I believe that the Planning and Zoning Commission said that they would be willing to table this thing until he had answered some of those questions, and I believe his response was that he didn't really see any point in going further, and I'm not sure why. I can only presume it's because he figured it was going to be denied as it was, and that's my comment.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment at this time? So we'll close the public hearing and come back to the commissioners. Commissioners? Yes, Rachel?
Thank you, Michael. Given the one map you had, Suzanne, that showed the Little Cloud Trail. Pull that one back up. Okay. It seems that if the city needed to or wanted to, they could create some new access to the Little Cloud open space via a trail on their city open space that they already own. And so when Francis raised the question of whether this Little Cloud Trail is legitimate or not, given the quitclaim deed nature of it, it may be advisable to abandon that trail as it is configured today and look to other configurations that may come directly off the city open space. I am just going to be very simple in our comments. It's already been a bit of a long day, and we have a lot of other business still to attend to. But I look at the decision made by our Planning and Zoning Commission. It was in unanimous opposition, feeling that they, as much as anything, the subdivision is not allowed by code under the provisions which the applicant has tried to pursue. And I would concur with that decision and also cannot support the application.
Thank you, Rachel. Jack?
Yeah, I think this application has a real problem because of where it starts. It's trying to subdivide something that certainly is within our discretion as a commissioner, but it's trying to use a code section 23030H4 that is not about the creation of a private development right, but in fact is intended and has always been used, to my knowledge, as a tool by staff and the BOCC to separate a parcel out for open space parcels only. It's never been used to create a private development parcel. So this application, we can talk about slopes, we can talk about mine tailings, we can talk about trails, we can talk about access, but none of it counts because you can't get to first base for me because there is no language in that code section that allows the creation of a private development right because there's already a development right on the home stake, which is the farthering parcel. So I'm not sensing any way I can support looking at this because I understand this is at our discretion, and if you can't get to first base, I'm not going to be able to move at all on this.
Okay. So, and I would have to agree with the Commissioner's comments that this application is DOA, and we just can't go forward with it.
Do I get to respond to that?
Well, Francis, you can respond.
Because the application does respond to subdivision. Everything for subdivision is in this application. So if you want to say you don't want to go forward with the subdivision exemption, that's been a disagreement with me and staff from day one. But the staff addressed subdivision issues in the review, Jack, and so did my application. You needn't grant an exemption, but you still got a subdivision application that's full and complete. There's nothing missing in subdivision. There's a willingness to dedicate housing, trails, we have water service, we have sewer service. The other house is fully serviced by all utilities. We meet all subdivision requirements. So, fine. If you don't think you can do the subdivision exemption, you still got to address subdivision because it's there too. I didn't skip any subdivision stuff, so it's not defective in that regard. It's got both aspects in it.
Thank you, Francis. Board?
I think Suzanne has a comment.
Yes, Suzanne.
Do you want me to respond? Yeah, Francis is correct. We did, since we did not agree with the subdivision exemption argument, we did address subdivision, but I guess our position there is that given that the new lot they're proposing to create, the new activity envelope does not comply with the code based on the slope provisions and the rockfall provisions, that the envelope itself cannot be approved under the code, and therefore the subdivision cannot be approved. The other pieces then fall out, I guess. So that is part of the findings in our recommendation of denial. does include those. And I guess just one thing to speak to, I guess, specifically about the driveway and Francis's issue about the city standards. I would agree that our code and the asset management plan do state that. If you're in the UGB, you use the city's driveway standards, but my understanding of that is that those are the design standards. So, but it does not negate the application of the slope provisions in our code, which prohibit development on those steep slopes. If you could have a driveway in a location that worked, you would be using the width and grade standards, whatever those standards might be, for the city rather than the county, but the slope provision still applies. So just to respond to that.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Michael, I would move to approve the Pride of Aspen subdivision / PUD conceptual submission, activity envelope review, special review, and GMQS exemption for a new dwelling unit using TDR's subdivision exemption to create an open space parcel and GMQS exemption for replacement.
Did you say approve?
No, to deny. I thought it said this. Sorry about that. Told you the day was getting long. Sorry, that's a motion to deny.
It's a motion to deny.
And I'll second that.
Look, actually, wait a second. I know why I did that now. In the past, my practice through the city was always to make the motion in the affirmative to approve and then everyone vote against if they intend to deny rather than a motion to deny. But that's
But we're
why.
now at the
But
county,
it's
so-
clearly, I know, it's clearly a motion to deny. But that's.
Jack, and you seconded that motion to deny?
I'm seconding a motion to deny only.
Okay.
And a comment, please.
Yes.
You know, Francis seems to feel that he's found a path for subdivision here, and if you remove the request for an activity envelope on C, I could approve this because I wouldn't mind you offering as a public benefit the open space parcel. But track C can't exist for me, and staff's official determination is because of the rockfall and the access, et cetera, and that's fine. But for me, it's impossible to start out on this application because you can't have two development rights on a merged parcel.
You can. That's what subdivision is about.
Francis, Jack's making a statement, and
Yeah,
we're not here.
I might not be technically, and John might, Ely, not Peacock, might have to correct me, but you can't subdivide something that results in two development rights. That doesn't work for me.
Okay, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor of denying this application? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so Suzanne, where does that leave us in the rezoning?
Essentially, that's included in the resolution in front of you. Since it's not being approved, you don't need a separate ordinance.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the Deadwood Ranch LLC amendments to the BOCC resolution. You're very busy today, Suzanne.
Did that not get conveyed that that's being continued?
Oh, is it not on my?
Sorry, it wasn't on the agenda, but I didn't know if that had come up earlier in the meeting.
It came up after the agenda.
Yeah, it came up after the agenda, but I didn't know if you had discussed it. Yeah, do you want me to address it?
Yes.
Go ahead. George Newman had actually sent an email noting that at the last meeting, when Mitch asked for the continuance, that he put it in, sort of said, I want to have a full board present, and he felt that it was inappropriate given that two of the three who were here last time weren't here today. And Mitch did agree to continue that to July 11th, so we don't need to
Okay,
address
it's
that
not
today.
noted on the online version.
Right.
That just came up in the last day or so.
Came up when?
I think Monday or Tuesday, when you
Yeah, it came up
addressed that.
after the agenda was posted.
Okay. Thank you. So somehow we're getting closer to the end of the day.
So do we need a formal motion? A formal motion?
A motion to continue.
I would make a motion to continue the Deadwood Ranch 1 LLC amendments to the BOCC resolution until July 11th.
Is there a second?
I have a question first.
Yes.
Is Mitch fully cognizant and supportive of this then?
Yes, he talked to his client, and they agreed that for the
Okay,
continuance.
yeah, so that's what I heard. Okay, second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
We are now at the BOCC open discussion portion of this hearing. John, is there something you want to bring before us?
Yeah, and I'll try and keep this short because I know we still have a lengthy agenda. I just wanted to point out to the board for next week's agenda on July 3rd, we have received an invitation to tour the hospital, the new construction at the hospital. That is included as a tentative item on the future agendas for July 3rd, but they have formally invited us to go from 3:30 till 5. We have blocked out from 3 to 5 for that purpose. As long as the board is willing to accept that invitation from the hospital, we'll go ahead and arrange transportation on Tuesday, but wanted to be sure you have that on your radar screens.
Board, how do you feel about that?
I'm fine with it.
I'm not overly interested.
You're not overly interested, but
To tour of the hospital construction site? I'm not overly interested.
so it's, Jack might not join us on the tour.
It sounds that
and I
way.
think any tour is optional for any commissioner, so.
Yeah.
But thank you for the information, John.
No problem. And just a quick note, we today are distributing these fire notices. These are going up in all RAFTA bus stops. They've been sent out now to all property managers and such on ACRA's list to put up and just keep folks informed. We'll also be putting up larger versions in the airport for our guests coming in.
What do they
prior to
say,
July
John?
3rd. Thank you, Michael. It's a notice of a Pitkin County burn ban, help prevent dangerous wildfires during some of Colorado's driest conditions on record. No open fires. Please extinguish and dispose of cigarettes safely. No fireworks. Visit www.pitkinemergency.org for more details, and they're going up in Spanish and English.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Yes, Rachel.
Just a thought. In my past life, I used to work for Aspen Activity Center, and one of the other services they have, other than the brochure racks, is poster distribution. And it's a great way to get them up and out throughout the commercial core. You may want to talk to them about that. It's just sometimes, the drugstore windows or liquor license counters and things like that. It's a great opportunity as well to explore ways to get that out there.
Okay, thanks, Rachel.
Yes, Jack?
Yeah, you mentioned ACRA, property management companies.
Not property, they have a list of property managers, I think, that are members of ACRA. And
Yeah,
so that's
okay.
been
And
our,
I think we should also contact Snowmass Village. They have a licensing authority, which of
Okay.
course I own a license too. They can identify property managers also there.
okay, that's a good idea, thank you.
Any other items, John?
Follow up on a question that Jack had requested on the Owl Creek chip seal warranty. Jack, we did have our public works folks go out and look at that along with the contractor. And what that is it's chatter actually from the snow plows that has caused that, and it's because of the surface that we chipped on was uneven. And so it's taken off some of the tops, but the seal itself is still good, but it really was not a contractor warranty issue. That's going to require at some point when we go to remilling and such to repair that waviness.
Well, and I thought it was somewhat unusual, and why I thought it might be a wear issue versus a maintenance issue is because the tracks I see are very similar to Highway 82, where you have actual tire, where the vehicle travel the most common travel lanes.
There is a little bit of that, but that was the sub that we put the chips on,
Okay.
and so that's going to require remilling, and that will happen at some point in the future.
Yeah, not anytime soon, but thanks for the update. I appreciate it.
And I will leave it at that, since we saw the full agenda.
Okay, board, any open discussion? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, I talked to one of the huge supporter of, facilitator of the animal shelter, both the creation of and the funding for. And in talking with her, she asked me if the county has any maps of where dogs can go on our county trails, off leash, on leash, whatever. And I'm wondering if we have that resource specific for pet owners versus, we certainly know what the general trail system is, but do we have anything that would show just where the dogs are allowed? And we've had a lot of discussion about management plans, et cetera, but we have a greater trail system. It might be appropriate to focus on a bit of information such as that. So I guess the question is, do we have anything? If not, would it be that hard to come up with something? And I don't know what format that means. It's really in the investigation stage of this idea.
I can certainly check with Open Space and Trails. I think the more challenging part is that you have a lot of contiguous properties owned by different entities, and making sure that information is also available.
Well, and I'm mainly talking about trails, not access to just property in general, but our trail system.
Right.
Great. I appreciate it.
So, board, let's get this. Let's get a board sense. Do we want to ask Open Space and Trails if they have maps and give us, if they don't, maybe give them direction to produce maps?
I agree with that direction myself. I think that when something is prohibited and allowed in other places, it's always to the public's benefit to make them aware of where it's allowed.
Okay. So, John, you'll have a discussion with Dale, Will, and that'll be a subject of an Open Space and Trails meeting. Thank you. Board, yes, Rachel?
Yeah, just a very small footnote for our manager as they're making budgets for 2013. It was mentioned this morning by our sheriff that Pickens County pays $65,000 a year into the firefighting fund. And that has been a discussion at the regional CCI meetings that coming off of last year's fire season, the state government was very interested in increasing the size of that fund because of the magnitude of the fires we're facing, and therefore increasing the contributions pretty significantly by counties. And counties at that time were telling the governor, hey, we can't take such a big leap in 1 year, especially with the economic downturn. But I think we should track that and anticipate in our future budgets that expense is going to double, if not triple, for a local share on these firefighting efforts.
I wasn't going to say this, but apropos of that, it seems to me that the county has a special problem, which is outlined by Joe DeSalvo, which is we have roads that are one-way essentially, or at least don't offer any alternate exits from it. And I think that, and Tom Grady said, unless there's air evacuation, we have no way of dealing with it. And from my point of view, that isn't good enough. And I don't know how you deal with it, but that isn't good enough, and somehow we have to address that. I don't know how, but that's a special circumstance here, and if we're not adequately prepared and tell people that to gather in open fields and await the Berlin airlift, that just isn't good enough. So, and that should affect our land use decisions also. And if that isn't factored into our land use decisions, then we're failing our public. So I think we need to have the county to look into that. It's not entirely the sheriff's responsibility, and that's why I'm saying it's our responsibility too. So, yes, Rachel.
Well, I think that is a great one to toss back to ComDev and have some discussion about it. We do have a lot of existing subdivisions, whether they were before the county had code or not, and it's going to be very hard to go backwards on things like that. But certainly, I attended some of the portions of the For the Forest/ACES presentation on Sunday evening and Monday about the increased risk of forest fire and loss of forest habitat in the West due to lack of precipitation and climate disruption. But there was a comment by someone with the Nature Conservancy saying that, county commissioners have to stop approving home sites in this rural-urban wildland interface because of the fire danger. He didn't really give us an answer to the question. It wasn't really raised as to how could you do that given private property rights. But I think it's something to continue to discuss and look at to see if there's something that we should be augmenting our code with, or whether there's a certain point at which citizens are choosing to take a chance with their life, safety, and long-term well-being. Or whether those citizens want to have dual access roads built and who's going to grant the easements and things to do that. So there is a personal responsibility effort. There's a county role. Certainly willing and hopeful we could find a solution in our codes to prevent future problems. But I do think there is that element of individual choice and understanding where they're buying. We regularly hear people come in and tell us that they understand there's an avalanche risk, but they think they can mitigate it, or there's a rockfall risk, but they think they can mitigate it. And only time will tell if those engineered solutions are really sufficient to truly create the safety there. So I'm in agreement with you, Michael. I'm just saying that it's a bit challenging task.
It is challenging, I recognize that. But it's more challenging to tell people that we can't get them out. We can't get them to safety. Because I don't know that Pickens County has the resources for any air evacuations of the populace whatsoever. Jack.
So, Michael, I think there's no question we're all in agreement about doing the best we can for our health and safety. On the other hand, I'm trying to figure out exactly what you're asking or directing staff to consider, because we cannot be responsible for having loop roads everywhere in the county. And if that was part of our code, we'd be building a massive amount of roads. So, there's that ugly word balance here. What does it mean in property rights? So what are you asking or wanting to direct staff in this specific point?
What I'm asking for is that there's a discussion about there's a problem. Joe DeSalvo, Tom Grady said that the county is particular in having roads that are one in and one out on the same road. And if those roads become blocked by fire, we don't have any way of evacuating people except by air. That was an interesting statement because I've never seen anybody except maybe one climber or two climbers evacuated by air in Pickens County ever. So that discussion has to occur. I'm not suggesting that we build loop roads, but unless that discussion is a public discussion and people are aware of that problem, just in general, I'm not asking for a solution tomorrow from Joe DeSalvo and Tom Grady. I'm asking for a frank, open discussion about what we do about it. And maybe it will fall back to some imaginary air evacuation, but from my point of view, that isn't a good enough answer.
Well, thanks for the clarification. It's a fair question.
And Michael, I think we've got a good opportunity as we're updating that evacuation plan to see where those hot spots are, see what the alternatives are, And if nothing, if there aren't other physical options available, at least bringing into sharper relief for the public what the situation is where they are.
Yeah, and it might be that there are no evacuations possible,
Right.
but there might be refuge opportunities,
Right.
or something of that nature that allows people to survive an experience where they can't evacuate from.
Okay.
So if it's in some sort of safety island, then we create those, or at least identify those areas.
Right.
So,
And that will happen in the evacuation plan.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes,
I agree with that, and it's just a larger conversation, but again, someone had made an interesting comment, a discussion about the cutbacks in the Colorado Department of Transportation budget, in that they used to clear vegetation further away from the edges of the road than they do now, and that would have created more of a natural road fire break. And so your idea about refuge is one alternative, and it may be something that is opposite of what we think of as the aesthetic for the West of having your house or your road kind of nestled in a tree-lined lane. It may be appropriate to do more clearing along roads like Red Mountain Road, so that it would create its own fire break and would be a safe passage. And so maybe considering how safe is the passage up and down and what could be done to improve it might be another alternative,
Right.
or a component of a plan.
and, speaking of that, is one of the major fire hazards in the county is cheatgrass. And cheatgrass grows along all our roadways. And cheatgrass is not a primary eradication goal of our weed board, because it's so difficult to eradicate. So I think that's a question we need. Why is there cheatgrass on our roads? It's everywhere, and it's easily, in fact, it destroys a lot of the West through fires. Okay, John, sorry.
There we go.
All right, so is there any further open discussion?
Michael?
Yes.
As chair, would you like a motion to go into executive session here while we're on tape?
Sure.
And then allow, okay, because I think there's no more open discussion. I would make a motion to go into executive session to discuss Willow Creek gas leases, Stevenson termination, Aspen Village enforcement, open space and trails management plans, open space and trails purchases, recreational in-channel diversion application, all pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 24-6-4024B.
Yeah. And if we could add one to
And
your
in
motion,
addition-
which is Snowmass Creek Road litigation.
Snowmass Creek Road litigation as well.
I'll second that as amended.
Oh, I was hoping for a 15-minute time limit on the executive session, but I guess we won't get that. So, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Thank
wish
you,
we could
Grassroots.
enforce that, Michael.
Yeah. Caitlin, thank you.